Very good. For the December 9th attendance, Representative Kinner.
Here in Sheridan.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Olson.
Here.
Representative Schwartz.
Here.
Representative Summers.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Agar.
Excuse.
Senator Guru.
Here.
Senator Kinski.
There.
He's here. Senator Kinski, are you here? Senator Kinski, we're taking roll. Are you here?
Here.
He's here.
Senator Bebout.
Here.
Vice Chairman and Acting Chairman, Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Here.
Vice Chairman and Acting Chairman, Senator Hicks.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, first item on this morning is Barry Dunn, our IT consultant. Gentlemen, I do not know who's going to lead off for you guys, so I'm just going to turn it over to you if you can walk us through. Don, go ahead.
I believe the committee yesterday asked for about a 2-minute introduction just from Michael Swank.
Oh, that's right. Michael, go ahead and give us an intro, would you please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Michael Swank, a senior fiscal analyst with the budget fiscal section of LSO. I've been the consultant coordinator for the IT study for the last 3 months. And I just wanted to give a brief, quick history about what has occurred. This committee and the legislature passed section 324 of the 2020 budget bill, which required a study of the budgeting process for IT requests. The focus was on large requests over $500,000. And then through the RFP, the Management Council authorized the RFP. It went out on June 15th. And in late July, members of this committee, 4 members of this committee, reviewed the proposals and selected Barry Dunn. Barry Dunn executed a contract with LSO on August 19th, and then commenced with their study. The legislative liaisons from this committee were Senator Kinski, Senator Hicks, Representative Schwartz, Representative Olson, and I believe Senator Guru. The liaisons met with the consultant once on September 2nd to refine the scope of the study. If you recall, the Management Council lowered the budget from $750,000 to $200,000. And the liaisons worked with the consultant to make sure that the consultant hit the high points and the most important items at the request of JAC. The consultants met again with the liaisons on October 21st for some refinements and some questions and answer session. The consultant also presented in front of JAC, the full committee, on October 27th. And the final report was issued on November 21st, just a few weeks ago. That's kind of the really brief and quick rundown of what has occurred the last 4 or 5 months. I'm able to stand for questions.
Any questions for Michael? Thank you, Michael. With that, gentlemen, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you can just walk us through your results and conclusions, and then we'll have a little question and answer session.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to start sharing a short PowerPoint presentation. I believe also everybody should have a condensed version of the report as well.
Mike, could you introduce yourself and any of the other members of your team?
Yep, sure. I'm Mike Marr, and I am the project manager for this engagement. And I am a manager at the firm at Barry Dunn. I lead the finance administration practice, and we often conduct these types of assessments of IT organizations and IT processes. It's kind of core to our business. And then I'll let Charlie Ledbetter, practice principal, introduce himself.
Thank you, Mike. My name is Charlie Ledbetter. I lead Barry Dunn State Government Consulting Practice. Happy to be here with you, gentlemen, today.
And we've got Rick Gamache, our security expert.
Good morning, everyone. Pleased to be here as well.
And we've got Kevin Shire, our procurement expert.
Good morning,
All
everybody.
right.
Happy to see you all. Thanks for allowing us to join you.
Thank you, Kevin. And we've got Richard Bose, who is one of our analysts.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Just wanted to jump in. Somebody made reference to being here with us gentlemen, and there are ladies on the committee and on the staff as well. It may not be evident from the windows, but wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Senator Kinski. And we also have Colin Budarazzi, another analyst on the project. Okay. All right. So just going through, if we go to the next slide here, Colin. All right. So just a quick agenda. And again, you do have a handout there. We tried to really condense down the report, distill it down to the really high level, important key information. And this PowerPoint is also designed to focus on that key information. So we're going to go through key findings for the overall process. As Michael Swank just explained, we reviewed the IT funding request process. And then we also reviewed case studies. So we've got findings for the process, recommendations for the process, findings for the case studies, recommendations essentially for the case studies in the form of a risk assessment table that we'll go through. And essentially it is the risk of not moving forward with the project and also the risk of moving forward with the project. So you've got both views there, and then we'll have the question and answer period. Happy to field any questions during the presentation if you feel you don't want to wait. So feel free to interrupt me as we progress along here. Next slide, please, Colin. Okay, so we've got the key findings here for the entire process itself. So this is from the development of the business cases to approval of the business cases, all the way to when it comes up to the legislature and the JAC for funding approval. So the existing process right now, in that when ETS is reviewing and consistently working with states on their business cases and reviewing their IT funding projects, it's happening a little bit later in the process than we think it should, and we have a recommendation that correlates with this. So because it's happening a little bit later in the process and the state agencies have already sort of worked through their planning process, that has minimized the ability to leverage statewide shared technologies and state technology alignment, in our opinion. ETS, as I'm sure everybody is aware, is a relatively young organization. Centralization recently occurred, so they have not developed mature processes right now to effectively work with the state agencies at a strategic level. So that's an area for improvement. We have some correlating recommendations for. The ETS IT policy standards controls don't have consistency regarding due diligence and planning. So there are varying processes that are being used right now by state agencies for planning purposes and varying levels of due diligence for their IT planning. And this is reflected in their business cases that we reviewed and supplemental documentation. The availability of state resources it doesn't seem to have kept pace with strategic technology needs of the state. So from the purview that we reviewed, we're able to see that there are older systems that are in need of replacement, and there also are some critical IT positions that are lacking in the areas of data and architecture, EA, enterprise architecture. And another major finding that I'm sure this group is all aware, that the JAC, this committee, lacks confidence in the IT funding request planning and review process, and that there's a desire to be further informed and more well-informed of the IT funding request projects and the details of those, and to be more involved in the process.
Mr. Chairman, are we allowed to ask questions now, or should we wait till the end?
No, I think go ahead and ask them now if we've got them. If that works for you, Mike?
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers, and Mr. Chairman, when I look at these bullet points and when I read the report, what stuck out to me is needs of the state. So what I'm wondering, during the course of this, did you look into what is needs and what is wants, or simply assumed that whatever the agencies were providing was a need? And I assume that's probably, you didn't look into that because that's probably a policy question, but it still remains, the question I have is how do we determine as a body, what is a need and what is a want, and how is it resourced, if that makes sense?
Yeah, it does. Great question, Representative. Thank you. So I'll speak to this, and I may ask another team member to also chime in here. But essentially, when it comes to IT funding requests, the due diligence on the planning side that we've kind of have recommendations and findings that are all revolving around, that's the area where we're recommending that there be consistent and robust needs analysis. So as part of figuring out, okay, what is actually needed, what is required, what is desired, to your point, Representative, that should all be detailed out and determined in the needs analysis. And conducting a thorough needs analysis, which usually the results of that will come in a report or some sort of document that you can actually pick up and take a look at and see how they reviewed what was required and what was desired and what really is the need. And whether that can be done internally by the state agencies and or ETS, or if they would need to hire outside, consultants or have some kind of staff augmentation. It could vary by agency, but having a more robust process that is very specific, and it's going to look the same from agency to agency. So one of our recommendations is that ETS do come up with a policy for how needs assessment is conducted, so that potentially you would end up with some sort of report in the end, and you can actually go through and ask questions and be able to look and find out how they conducted that analysis. Richard, anything to add there?
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Thank you. And this is just as you go forward, think about this in your presentation. As we look at your recommendations towards the end, which of them are statutory? So did you actually look at our statutes as it relates to ETS and what we have in statute? And if you see if there's recommendations you have that you go, legislature, this is probably something that you need to put in place to ensure it's adopted, I would appreciate you highlighting those areas where a legislature should probably put in statute some kind of process.
Sure, appreciate that. And I think from the legislative, we did review statutes and we did review the responsibilities of ETS, the duties that they perform, and we measured against that as we went through and figured out where the potential gaps occurring currently. I think the one area, and Richard, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think the one area where we are suggesting some legislative changes and oversight is the idea of this further one down here, the last bullet point, is the idea of some sort of committee, whether it's an IT committee, sorry, on the next slide, but some sort of IT committee or an IT focus committee where the legislature is essentially more involved at a strategic level and being able to be involved in IT funding requests and reviewing long-term IT plans, IT strategies, roadmaps, business cases that are all eventually become part of the governor's budget and the associated testimony, which I think the JAC hears now, but having that IT focused committee that really is just working with IT requests and IT projects. Okay, so I think we can go to the next slide there, Colin, please.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, let's go to this next slide. I think I want to get this next slide to answer my question. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, before we go to the next slide, this is Lloyd, could I ask a question?
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you. So my question back on slide 3 or page 3, if we could, is those first two bullets. And I just need to understand, you indicate that ETS comes in late in the game. And we recognize that, but my question is why is that? Is that because our current policy has them coming late in, doesn't have them coming in sooner, or the agency's policy, or because I've kind of been under the impression that some of this preemptive work that the agencies have been doing is because of lack of involvement from ETS initially. And so I'm trying to find out where that disconnect is, and I'm really not pointing fingers, just trying to identify where it's at. And then that goes to the second bullet where you talk about this as a relatively young organization. Do we have to have this agency? How long do we have to have this agency in place before we expect it to show maturity levels? You know, we come in, and I just look at this, we come in as elected officials into a committee, and within 4 years, we're supposed to be experts. And this agency has been around longer than that. And yeah. So I'm not seeing, I'm saying I'm not seeing the agency maturing perhaps at the rate we would expect it to. And so I'm needing to know if I'm over, my expectations are too high and I need to be patient, or so if you can give us a little direction. And again, I'm not, these are kind of difficult questions, but we need to know the answers.
Absolutely. Good, great questions. And I'll answer those in order that they are presented. So in regards to the point that ETS becomes involved in the IT funding request process, right now that is set by ETS policy, how that all works and when they become involved and what the review process and how involved they are and when. From what we viewed and reviewed, it depends on the project, it can depend on the agency, it can depend on the relationship that ETS has with the agency and willingness to work with ETS. So why it happens, it seems to vary, and I would kind of be speculating here why ETS gets involved more or sooner with some agencies and some projects and not others. It could be desire to work with ETS, but right now that's how the process from the ETS perspective is designed, that it's really, they're coming after the planning has been done by the state agency, then they're reviewing the business case once they've already gone through some level of effort as determined by the state agency to then get them a business case to ETS to review. In regards to the maturity of ETS and timeframes for expecting when maturity can progress. So this came up during our status update. I think it was at the end of October or early in November, when we were just starting to get into this engagement and starting to conduct some fact finding. So we talked about that this IT funding request process is really just one process out of very many that an IT organization needs to work on and provide, and part of what they do. So this is a very small fraction and piece of the pie that we looked at. So, and I tried to allude to this in our earlier update, that we didn't perform a full maturity analysis of ETS. And from our perspective, to be able to know when an organization is going to be more mature, you need to be able to look at their capabilities, what kind of staffing do they have, what sort of infrastructure they have, where are they now, and where do they need to be, how can they get there, and creating some sort of action plan to get from A to B. So we submitted yesterday an engagement letter based on a request from one of the members of this committee during that status update, because we got a little bit of insight into the organization by reviewing this process, but definitely not enough to be able to give you definitive answers, apologies, on where ETS really is at now, where they should be, and then what kind of plan and what kind of time frame could you really expect in order for them to get from A to B, if that makes sense. But you do all, if you don't have it now, you should have it soon. We sent it over to Michael Swank yesterday, an engagement letter, basically a proposal if you wanted for us to go in, do an assessment of ETS, figure out where they're at, review the statutes again, figure out where they need to be, and then come up with a plan that's got milestones and timelines to get them to that desired future state. So hopefully that answers that question to the degree possible at this point.
It does. Thank you. Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, can we ask Mr. Swank, did we get that letter or is that being distributed later?
Yeah, I don't know. Dawn, are you aware of that letter and where that's at, or do we know which committee member asked for that?
Go ahead, Michael. Michael, go ahead, please.
Michael, go ahead.
The letter was provided yesterday and we sent it out via email, so that should be in your inbox.
Okay,
It will not be posted to the website.
okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, so we go back to the next slide. Thank you, Colin. All right, so running through some of these key recommendations for the process, and we sort of already touched on a few of these before. Earlier involvement with ETS, with the state agencies, earlier opportunity before efforts and money is spent on planning to ensure strategic alignment, identify opportunities to leverage statewide technology, and just generally assist with the planning efforts earlier on, and more early intervention and interaction to ensure more due diligence and the ability to be able to figure out the things like the needs analysis, market analysis, key components to planning efforts. Creating more consistency, again, through continued partnership between ETS and the state agencies, making sure it's apples to apples when you look at agency A, agency B, the way that the process worked, the way that the planning worked, the way that the business case looks, the way it's presented to the legislature. The ability and the sort of prompting for state agencies and ETS at times to be able to bring in outside expertise when that expertise is lacking. So this would be on a case-by-case basis as determined by the state agencies and or ETS. Where do we not have the resources, whether it's the hours and the time to spend on planning and assistance and designing projects, or the area of expertise. It could be either, but the ability to be able to, and sort of the standard that you need to bring in an expertise resource if you don't have expertise in that area.
Mike, I've got a question on that.
Sure.
One of the issues it seems to me that we've run into on that, where the agency brings in third parties to assist with IT planning activities, is it seems to me that we have some agencies that have, for whatever reason, their preferred platforms or vendors. My concern is with that would be if ETS, what I'd like to see on that, rather than just the agency brings in a third party, because of the historic nature of preferential selection, maybe based on past performance, may be justified. But I'd like to see some level of concurrence from ETS before we would just give a state agency say, okay, we talked to ETS, we've been in the process, but we're going to bring in a third party vendor. Is that reasonable for us to say, look, it needs to be a joint decision to bring in third party or not?
So I want to be careful the way I answer this question. So the idea that ETS and state agencies are partnering throughout the process, we see this as being more of a collaboration and a conversation where they're both kind of on the same page. Yes, this is a gap. We do need to have this resource. And if it's a place where ETS would normally provide that service and they're saying, no, we don't have the time and or expertise, we need to grab somebody and we're going to be partnered with this agency throughout. At the state agency level, it could be a similar thing where they're telling ETS, yeah, we don't have this expertise. We need to go out and get it. So that's one part of it. Another part is when you are hiring outside consulting agencies regarding vendors, consultants having preference over platforms and systems they use. I think an important part of what needs to be espoused in those, when you're going out to procurement or you're picking a vendor, is having them be unbiased and independent and being careful of who has partnerships with certain system vendors. And, are they constantly pushing this platform and that platform because they work with this vendor? So putting in, and you often see states do this, they'll put in clauses that are very explicit. And we could probably provide some examples of this after this, but examples of letting vendors know, you really need to be independent and unbiased when you're coming in here, and you cannot be preferentially picking vendors, and this has got to be an agnostic sort of approach. Richard, do you want to add to that at all?
Mr. Chair, no, thank you, Mike. You did an excellent job. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Go ahead, Mike.
All right. Did that answer the question, Senator?
Kind of.
I think stronger, if you're worried about preferential treatment, stronger standards for how and when you procure these kinds of vendors, and making sure they're truly independent and unbiased, I think is an important part.
Mike,
Right.
Can I interject? Mr. Chair, would it be all right if I add a quick thought?
Go ahead, Charlie.
Mike, I think you covered it early on, but with ETS getting involved early, we do feel that those are decisions that should be collaborative. So, Senator, the direct answer to your question is those should be conversations that happen early on in a collaborative manner, recognizing that the experience that they need, and by they, I mean the agency and ETS together, is absent of what's really needed. And that is something that they should be deciding in collaboration. Mike, is that how you see it as well?
Yeah, I believe so. And part of the process that we're suggesting and recommending is that whether or not the agency is mandated or not to work with ETS or get some kind of sign off or something like that before they go and get a third party to do the needs analysis. Two things I'd say: the proof is really in the pudding. When they come up with this report at the end, there are people that you probably have in your organization, especially in ETS, that should be able to pick that apart and say, yes, this passes the straight face test. No, it doesn't. And be able to poke and ask questions and identify gaps and say, well, I don't really agree with this premise, or why did you go in this direction? It doesn't really explain this. So having that report is usually a place where you can go on and figure out if they truly are doing that independent and unbiased needs analysis. Another piece to the process we're recommending is that ETS perform their own independent scorecard analysis, which would include analysis of that needs assessment. And that would be in some shape or form, we suggested some kind of scorecard format that would get funneled up to the JAC as part of a one-pager embedded in the budget. So that's kind of how it would flow through. Agency would work on a needs assessment, ETS would assess it, then ETS would provide their assessment up to you folks.
Okay, that answers my question, Mike.
Okay, sorry, it took me a minute, but I think we got there. Okay, so just getting back on track here. The mandating an enterprise architecture discipline be used. So that's just to ensure strategic alignment of state agency business requirements and technology. Again, I'd mentioned this before, working closely with agencies, developing additional standards, revising the business case. This is all designed to have more consistency, more due diligence, more key information flowing to ETS and then flowing to the JAC in a very distilled and easy to understand and consistent format. Consistent costs, that's a part of this, but it's an important piece. We pulled out the consistent cost. We understand that now you could be getting costs in all sorts of different snapshots, and we're suggesting that you've got the same snapshot of every request that's coming through, so you don't have outside vendors, lobbyists, consultants coming in and saying, oh, we can do this for this amount of money, but okay, is that amount of money that you are telling us you can do this for, is it comparable to what this agency presented in their cost format? Can you please provide it in the same cost format so we can actually compare? Are you cheaper in the long run, or are you just looking at this small upfront piece and saying, I could do this for $2 million, but really if you were to look at the full snapshot, it would be $10 million. So making sure you've got a comparable cost structure that you can then use. And if you have other folks coming in and saying they can do it for different prices, cheaper or whatnot, you can ask them to fill out that cost form essentially, and also point them back to the competitive procurement process well, go ahead and bid in the competitive procurement process and make sure you're being compared apples to apples with all the other vendors that went through the process. And we had a clear winner. How did that all work out and shake out, and why? Okay, I think we covered all this stuff here. Next slide, Colin.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz.
Go ahead, Randy.
Thank you. So looking at this, I'm assuming when you talk about creating some kind of scorecard, that these are the components that you would want on that scorecard. My problem is I'm looking at these as being fairly complex. So how do you create an understandable scorecard with these elements that have so many variables in them?
Good question. So if we, maybe I will share something briefly here, but in the report, we do suggest a scorecard format. And we put a template in there. So I'm going to share this really quick. Apologies, Colin. Colin, you just have to stop sharing so I can share. Thanks. Can everybody see that okay?
Can you enlarge it just a little bit, Mike?
Absolutely.
Here you go.
So I'm just going to go down really quick and then I'll do a slower sort of read. But top to bottom, this is the kind of scorecard we're picturing get funneled up to the JAC. So it is complex, completely agree, a lot of information, but hopefully it'll be quicker, easy to understand one-liners where you can really hone in on key information. And the more you see of these over and over again, there'll be a bit of a learning curve, right? You need to figure out what's being put in here, ask questions of ETS, but basically we've broken it down into, and this is just an example of a scorecard, but financial analysis and really figuring out what is the actual cost of this going to be? And is there any net cost impact, which is very important? Not only what is the new thing going to cost, but can there be any savings of the old thing that's dropping off, support and maintenance of the old system, things like that, old hardware. So not just what's a new cost, but can it be offset eventually or evened out to a degree? Looking at the benefit analysis, what kind of benefits can the state expect? Can the constituents expect? And are there metrics? Are these going to be quantifiable things that you're going to be able to go back later, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years from now and say, okay, you pitched this, did you meet the mark? Let's go ahead and review that. Then these risks of doing nothing, what's going to happen? What's the impact to the state, to the constituent base of not moving forward? And also, are there risks to moving forward? Are there clear risks here where we're either accepting this or there's an unknown of moving forward in a particular direction, making sure that's laid out. And this would all be laid out by ETS. So this is ETS's independent perspective of the state agency request flowing up to the JAC. And then we understand strategic alignment is important. Can other technologies be leveraged, be shared among the state? Just efficiencies, is there any cost savings that could be attained? Looking into those sorts of avenues and then providing their perspective to you on that analysis. And then how long is the project going to take? And then an area here for the ETS CIO to flow up any comments and recommendations that you would be able to review.
Thank you. I mean, that's helpful. And I had looked at some of this in your report, and I guess where I became most concerned was in the benefit analysis and the risk measurement. And you know, when you're just doing risk measurement, red, yellow, green, I'm not sure I found that particularly beneficial, but I'll leave it. But you understand my concerns here, I think.
I do, yeah. That honestly, that's a simplified distillation of the analysis to kind of make it easy and get into a mode of, okay, how can I quickly look at this and understand what is ETS's analysis? There's probably a couple ways you can do that, and you can add more narrative or make sure you want to focus on some points if you've got particular risk impact areas that you're particularly concerned about. You know, there could be areas that you consistently want them to speak to, or, hey, can you answer this? You can kind of develop frameworks that isn't a red, yellow, green, or that can supplement the red, yellow, green to give you more information into the potential risks. But I point heard.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Colin, you can go ahead and share again.
Senator Perkins.
Yeah, Senator Perkins, go ahead.
Thank you. Mike, a couple questions for you. From what we were talking about earlier, I'm looking at the scorecard and what you've taken us through. It would seem to me that if the purpose, and if you establish this process and you go through the purpose, that it seems to me that this is overall intended to resolve to a large extent the 4 issues that you brought to our attention at the very beginning of the presentation, which is, among those in no particular order, is it critical IT infrastructure? Is it important? How important, how vital is it to be had? Always one of the questions that we're asking too. Is it, the business case, and ETS needs to be involved much earlier. So if you have the scorecard and talk about the process that will happen sooner. I think that solves that problem. You have a more robust nature of the business case. Obviously, it seems that that's headed in that direction. And then you start about the strategic alignment, the opportunity for other users in the state government or other efficiencies that may be there. All those things seem to lend together to solve the initial problems that you identified. Is that, am I reading that right? Is that the intent here as we go through this, that's the way it should start to echo to us?
Yes, that's exactly it. And we also try to take your feedback and the feedback from the legislative liaisons on issues you're having when reviewing IT funding requests and pieces of information that are important to you. And we try to make sure that we weave that into the proposed process, like having an apples to apples cost for all the requests, getting key information, getting analysis from ETS of the projects that you can review. So yes, answer to your question, and we try to build in all the things we thought would be important to you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, may I follow up, please?
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. And so the next question I have is, as we talk about ETS and its growth and its practices as an agency. So we are on our 3rd director. Director Knopp is our 3rd director. Comes from probably a better, I think each one had their strengths. I think our first one was really good at, and his ability to understand systems architecture and get us off the ground. His skill set was really important for the initial one. I think our second one was a trusted confidant of our governor and was a good manager that our governor trusted. And I think so he came in and kind of managed it and also helped, I think, move forward where they were trying to get, at least on the purchases of IT equipment, more standardized so that the state, we've got more standardized software, more standardized hardware, and be able to maintain, get the right cost breaks and things like that. I think you did a good job in that regard. But now we have Director Knopp, who comes to us as a IT director from the largest school district in the state, which I think is probably more along the lines and involved more in the types of processes that you're outlining here. So my question to you would be, I would assume that you guys had the opportunity to visit with Director Knopp and some of his lieutenants. And so I was just wondering, as you visited with him, did you find resistance? Did you find I just interested in, how did you find the reception of your requests, your questions? And I'm assuming he's probably had an opportunity to look at the report, maybe not. But I'm just interested in what the director of ETS's reactions have been to your report, or to at least to your involvement in trying to take a second look at this. Thank you.
Sure. So we did meet with them frequently. We bounced ideas off them. We kind of let them know, okay, here's what we're thinking. Here's what we saw. Do you agree with that? Are we on the right track here? Or do you disagree? And if so, why? So throughout that process, they were very helpful, very collaborative. definitely open and wanting to get feedback and wanting to grow. So they were an extremely good partner throughout this, giving us information we needed, follow-up information, setting up meetings with agencies, and kind of sitting in there. And, you know, if there were gaps, they admitted those gaps and said, yep, this is an area we're trying to work on. And, you know, we hope to build it up over this certain time frame. Here are our goals. So they were very receptive and they were extremely helpful. To your point of turnover, COI turnover, I think it's pretty typical. I think they always say like 2 years or something like that is sometimes what you can expect for the CIOs to be serving a term in state government. So turnover can be tough when you're transitioning from one director to another, and to your point, one administration to another, or you've got 2-year, 4-year turnovers in the legislature. But in regards to an IT organization, the more mature you become, the more solidified the structure is, the processes are, the policies are, and trying to, you know, when you switch to a different organization, those are going to carry forward, and trying to tear those down either wouldn't make sense or it'd be very difficult. So the more mature you come, the more those processes are going to kind of stick in place and survive administration changes and survive CIO changes and just sort of be there. And it's going to be the way things are done and add more consistency there. And I think in regards to the turnover with the natural turnover with the legislatures, 2-year, 4-year terms, having, and I think we suggested this in the report, having more orientation sessions with that consistent process, talking about the scorecard when you meet once a year and you have new people coming on. Hey, here's how it works. Here's what the scorecard means. Here's where you're going to have an opportunity to ask us questions, and really walking through and trying to build up that relationship between ETS and the legislature, and having that consistent, even though there might be new representatives and new senators and new members on the committees. Okay, so I think we can go to the next slide here, Colin. So these next 2 slides are about the case study. So again, this is just a slice of digging into the IT funding request. These were 5 case studies that were chosen, I think, by the legislative liaisons on behalf of the JAC. I'm not sure how they were chosen, to be honest, in the back of the house there, but these were of particular interest and good examples for us to dig into, to start to figure out a little bit more about the overall process, and then to give you some further insight and our opinion on these particular case studies. So more of the same thing you're seeing here that you were in the general process, that lack of consistency in the process, standards and controls, missed opportunities, that early on intervention to leverage state agency solutions, lack of holistic data architecture, lack of early ETS involvement. And we did notice that the 2 projects that did have some outside help, some consulting help, did do a lot more robust job on the planning and the due diligence with things like needs analysis, market analysis, things like that. So if we go to the next slide, we actually list out the specific case study IT funding requests here. And just to explain what this really means, these colors and all that, I know it says risk assessment and impact, but this could be interpreted in a number of ways. But essentially, if you look at the potential impact of not funding, that is the impact, level of impact to the state, to the constituent base of not moving forward with the IT project. So a medium impact, a high impact, of staying the same, doing nothing, essentially. On the right-hand side, and these...
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Mike, as you go through these dots of colors, and I probably didn't read close enough in the report, but I didn't really understand how you decided these issues. So as you move through this, looking at these various agencies, various systems, when you say medium, how did you go about creating your recommendation or your rating? Let's put it that way.
Sure. I'll speak maybe generally really quick, and then we can probably go down line by line if that's all right. So just to finish up real quick on the potential impact of moving forward, that is in the low impact, essentially the green ones, the agencies did due diligence, good planning, moving forward, low risk because they explored the avenues, picked a direction or were able to articulate the direction they're going in, seemed appropriate, and they've vetted out everything. The ones that have the medium and high, less robust planning, due diligence on the front end, so more unknowns. And on the bottom project, which we'll get to as we go down, if there's a high there for a particular reason that we'll go into. So taking it line by line, maybe I will do a few things here. So in the final report, we kind of went through, there's multiple tables and we only pulled out this one table. So when we went through to each case study, we went through key information like cost, funding source, benefits, metrics, timelines of the project, sufficient areas for due diligence and planning, insufficient areas for due diligence and planning. And that's kind of how we, in the need, the need as described by the state agencies. So generally, the need described by them is the potential impact of not funding. What's going to happen if they don't have this project? Where there are going to be gaps, where there are going to be potential issues, where there are potential risks. That's how we determined the impact of not funding based on the documentation we were provided by the agencies and the interviews we had with the agencies.
Mr.
And the
Chairman,
other documentation they provided us, supplemental documentation, needs analysis, things like that for those that used out third-party consultants. And then potential impact of moving forward is our look at, was there due diligence? Did they turn over every rock to figure out what's going to be potential issues, impact, risk with this direction, and have we planned for it, basically. So that's where you're getting lows on the right, highs and mediums on the right is if there's too many unknowns and any identified upfront risks and issues that we identified on our end.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead. Senator Perkins has a question, Mike.
thank you,
Sure.
Mike. So Mike, as we go down through there, and so we get this, we have an IT project that comes before us for a specific funding request. And so we get this chart and we see the green and the yellow and the red. And so if we take the middle one, we look at the Department of Family Services and we see the potential impact of not funding is very high with a low impact of moving forward. So we say, okay, that's nice. You all have made your determination with respect to the risk assessments. Would we, would we be able to view those individual risk assessments on our own? Would that information be available to us to see if to help us understand how and what factors were regarded sufficient enough to put that into the high potential impact of not funding and put that as high? And you see the same thing in the next two. The next one's even more interesting. You have basically the same system. In year one, it's medium, but then in the following in the following biennium, it goes from medium to high. Potential impact of moving forward becomes very high. So anyway, if you give us an example of how that works in those two, I think it might help us understand this a little bit better.
For sure. Yeah, in the final report, there's pretty detailed sections on each one of these case studies. So you should be able to go in there, if one was inclined, to go and figure out where we were coming from when we came to this conclusion of the mediums, the lows, and the highs. And if not, we would also be happy to come back at any point in time and talk more about these and get a little more in depth if you'd like to. On the bottom two, I'll just point out, and then I'll probably kick it over to Richard to talk a little more in depth about a few of these case studies. But the bottom two, it's the same project, same need, trying to replace the same system, but they're two different bienniums. So one came earlier, one came later. The earlier one was a request that was denied, I believe, for the system to be replaced with a more off-the-shelf sort of solution. And the next one was a different request. So they actually ended up going in a different direction. They weren't going to do an off-the-shelf solution that they could implement that's being used for the same need elsewhere and then tailor to their needs. The new one was to take a system that's being used for a similar but not exactly the same need because it's missing some capabilities and functionality. So in order to bridge the gap between the similar system and the extra functionality that's needed, it was going to be heavy. The idea is to have heavy designing and customization. And the vendor that they chose has not done this before in this space. So that's why the jump from a medium to a high. It's because there's a bit of an unknown there. Anytime you've got a vendor doing something for the first time, that's automatically going to be a risk. There are, I'll say, with proper planning and due diligence, you can sometimes accept those risks because there can be benefits to going first. Sometimes you've got a very novel system you end up with, and you end up being ahead of the game of the rest of the agencies, and you end up with a really great product that people then model off of. And sometimes that modeling can be beneficial to you, and vendors can, if it's pitched as a sort of pilot project, potentially there could be cost savings in some areas. But because of the low planning threshold there, the low due diligence that happened, and that unknown, that's why this bump from a medium to a high from the first request to the second request.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Go ahead, Senator Perkins.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. And so I guess they should talk to our Wyoming Supreme Court who did this and, $8 million later started over again. So anyway, but I understand that's in the report, but I'm saying that if these systems and processes were adopted and these came before us, would those underlying risk factors and their evaluation, would that be available? Should that be ready to be available for us to look at if we've got questions about why they're rated that way in the normal course of process?
Yeah, so the way that we pictured the process is, for one thing, I would imagine, just generally speaking, that FOIA and all that stuff, freedom of information, transparency, that if an agency did have some report, that you would be able to reasonably ask for it, especially through testimony or something like that. And of the same, I imagine you would be able to ask ETS questions and kind of go through and say, hey, you gave this a medium, you gave this a low, you gave this a high. Can you please elaborate on that and let us know where you're coming from, what your thought process was? So that's what we kind of pictured, at least, that you'd be able to have the dialogue with the state agencies through testimony and ETS, and to read ETS's recommendations that come with the scorecard and their analysis and the comments they put in there, sort of at a high level. I think that's what we were sort of picturing, that you'd be able to work with them and build a rapport with ETS and the state agencies, get into the mode of them expecting to answer questions about the medium, lows, and highs, and to be able to satisfy your needs.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you. So kind of following up on that, the way I'm looking at this, it's almost a point in time analysis. And I view this as almost like a continuum. So in other states or whoever else you work with, are they doing a review? I mean, once you get a system put in place, you continue to review the benefit analysis and the risks involved so that you never get to that point where all of a sudden, using YDOT as an example, you reach almost a crisis stage.
Great question. So there are a lot of services that are both voluntary and mandatory across other states and other state agencies. And for anybody that's not familiar, it can be called a number of things, but it can be called IV&V, Independent Verification and Validation Services, project health assessments, project audits, risk assessments. Any of these kind of terms you're seeing thrown out are used differently, but they really all mean the same thing, to be frank. And there's varying levels of how deep you're going to get into. And this is going to relate to level of effort and cost, again, to be honest. But and how big is the project? Is it a very large dollar project, high transparency, could have potential impact, either positive or negative. Those might be ones where you want to take a more full-time IV&V approach. So they call it full-time IV&V, where you actually go out and hire a completely independent third party who has no affiliation with the vendor, the system, the people who are implementing that system, and they follow along the project and they become embedded and part of the project, and they're constantly there checking risk, checking issues, going back and making sure the project is on scope, schedule, budget, pointing things out, escalating them, writing anything from weekly, monthly, quarterly to annual reports, all about the risks and issues, and is the project going to meet the mark? And is it meeting the criteria that they said they were going to meet out in the beginning here? So if they lay out in the business case, here's our success criteria, the benefits, the cost, the time frame, they're constantly measuring to that. Where are we? Are we where we expected to be? If we're not, I'm going to escalate this, make it an issue, and make it known to everybody. So that's one way. There's varying versions of that where you can do like point in time assessments, where you'll do it quarterly, or you do it before a meaningful milestone. So if some major functionality or module is going to roll out in November, should we maybe come in the summertime and make sure everything's going to happen appropriately? And should we come after the rollout and make sure everything's progressing nicely? And then again, you were investigating, reading documentation aggressively, interviewing everybody who's involved in the project, then coming up with a report of risk, issues, and recommendations on how to mitigate and remediate those risks and issues, and then providing it to various people. But essentially you expect them to take those risks and issues, put it into their project risk and issues, and then deal with those and make sure they're addressing them in some way. And if you have those recurring, you have the vendor come back and say, okay, I gave you these risks and issues and recommendations. What have you done? Have you addressed them sufficiently, in our opinion? Have you not? And then you get another report. If it ends up being a recurring thing, it'll continually be on that report. And we've had clients in the past that have asked for that scorecard look that they do provide sometimes to the legislature, to the governor, to commissioners, but it kind of gives a executive summary, sort of like this, on how is the project doing in key areas. And then we also have clients that have upfront risk assessments. So before you can actually execute a contract, doing a risk assessment up front before, and in Vermont, I believe, you have to have this risk assessment done statutorily before you can even execute a contract for system implementation. And everybody's got to review that, look at it, determine if this is going to be a go or a no-go, and why, and what do we need to fix, and go back and check on before we move forward. State of Minnesota has annual audits. They've got an upfront risk assessment if it meets a $5 million threshold. Then they have annual audits if it meets a $10 million threshold. So there's varying degrees of whether it becomes part of policy and just good practice, or if it becomes statutory. There's different schools of thought on what's the right threshold. Should it be a dollar threshold? Should there be some kind of risk assessment on when you need to have this oversight, and does it need to be full-time or point in time? But those are some flavors, and the feds do require this. And a lot of times, if there's federal money involved, you often see this with Medicaid. You are required by federal law, and somebody on my team could probably speak to that better than I can, dealing in the Medicaid space, that you are required to have IV&V as part of if you're taking Medicaid money for a system, you've got to do that.
So, yeah, and that's a great answer. I appreciate that. So I would assume, depending on the complexity of the project, the IV&V varies in its intensity, for lack of a better word. Is this something you incorporate in your initial cost analysis?
Yes, you should be looking to, if you're going to do oversight services and/or if they're required, that should be part of the original cost analysis and plan for later on. And usually, well, I shouldn't say usually, this is another school of thought. A lot of agencies will pick a percentage and say, this percentage is how much we're going to spend on IV&V or project oversight. It's like a rule of thumb, essentially. Again, there's varying schools of thought on that, but they'll do a set aside, not knowing how much a vendor might propose, and say, 3%, 5%, 15%, and then depending on the project, determine how aggressive it needs to be. And that could probably also move the percentage.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Richard, do you want to just take us through as quickly as we can, just with the projects and why we sort of arrived with a medium and a low, and a medium and a low, a high, a low, et cetera?
Thank you, Mike, Mr. Chair. So if we take a look at the projects on the screen, the Department of Transportation on their Quantars replacement project did a very thorough planning process as part of the initial implementation. And that included how would these things get replaced? This is just an equipment replacement. One of the questions asked along the way is, well, how did we rate the risk as medium of not funding this? And again, it's based on the information that we were able to review as part of this case study, but that included information on what would happen with first responders and information of that sort to say that there would be an impact if radios start to fail, and they are at their end of support. And so, but there are alternatives as well, which is why it's not a red. There are less viable alternatives, but they do have alternatives for continuing to support those. The risk will continue to increase as they get older. If we move down to WIDOT's revenue information system, that went through a very thorough planning process as well, where they looked at multiple different states, they looked at various different avenues and the risks associated with those different avenues, along with the costs of those different avenues. And the reason that one's a medium is that the system that it's currently on doesn't meet the full business needs as were identified in the data, but the system is not likely to catastrophically fail. It is likely to have small failures. And what I mean by small failures is there are data irregularities where an individual driver's license or something like that may be impacted because there aren't checks and balances in the current system, because data entry is frequently manual. All of those things mean that the risk is there, but the risk of catastrophic failure is not as bad. And so again, it's one of those that we rated as medium and not as high. For Department of Family Services, one of the big impacts there is that it did not pass audit. And when it doesn't pass federal audit, that puts your federal funding at risk. And the federal funding, the lack of that federal funding, if it were to be removed, would have a significant impact on the services that DFS would be able to provide. And so that one was deemed high, largely because of the impact on that federal funding. For Wyoming Department of Corrections, their system doesn't meet the current business need. They do have potential for interaction between the multiple systems that they have, where data may be in one but not in the other. It may not be shared. That may lead to incorrect processing of prisoners in cases, or possibly even release. And so, but there are manual workarounds for those things. They're not efficient. They don't tend to be effective, but they are there. And so, so the system doesn't meet the current business need, but again, it's not at huge risk of immediate failure. When we talk about the moving forward, as Mike has discussed, has really been about, has the due diligence been done? And in both of the Wyoming Department of Transportation projects, they have done their due diligence. And for DFS, they've also done their due diligence. For Department of Corrections, it's based on two things. Has that due diligence been done? In both cases, the answer is no. But for the later biennium, as Mike has also talked about, the idea is that the proposal for what they would introduce is something that has never been tried at another state. And when you do have something that has never been tried at another state, the risk of that is significant. Sometimes the rewards can pay off, but you may have to go through multiple failures before you get to those rewards. And if you're not tolerant of that, then you shouldn't go down that path. That sort of provides a very quick summary of those five. I'm happy to go into more detail if there are any questions.
Thank you, Richard.
Any questions for Richard? All right, I guess we're back to you. Who's going to be next presenter, Mike?
So we are through our presentation at this point. And so field any additional questions or any other discussion points.
Committee members, any questions? Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go back to really on slide 4, and in your final report, you broke out what you saw as a legislative fix or statutory fix, and that was the committee. But I'm looking at this process that Barry Dunn recommends on slide 4, and I think a lot of that really would be statutory, and so, or could be statutory. And so my question is, and maybe you don't have this knowledge, but you've looked at other states to some extent. Do states mandate a process like what you've described? Are there any states that have a more rigorous process? I mean, like your template, for example, on scorecarding, is that a statutory process, or do most states leave these fine process requirements to the agency's rules and regs? What's your experience with how states break that apart?
So in my experience, from what I've seen, I'll let other folks chime in, maybe Charlie and Richard, but they're sometimes prescriptive about like the risk assessment side and vetting projects and performing audits on projects. I think probably more leaving it to the rules and regs when it comes to the actual policies and processes, where you've got that statute that kicks it to ETS and says you're in charge of this and you're in charge of coming up with procedures and policies and standards and all that go along with it. Charlie and Richard, do you agree, disagree, augment that?
Richard, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So Representative Olson, we generally, in states that we review and in many states that we've worked with, we don't generally see statute at the point of process. So we do see various different thresholds established where certain triggers may occur, as Mike talked about, whether those be audits, whether those be reviews. He did mention, for instance, Vermont earlier, where there is an independent review process that is established by certain triggers. Colorado has processes that trigger. Minnesota does as well. I think both of those were mentioned earlier. So generally, statute relies on the executive branch to provide the actual processes.
Follow up,
Yeah,
Representative
follow up,
Wilson?
Mr. Chairman. So, okay, let's back that up then. And I think the report seems to indicate this, and most JAC members, I think, would agree that the maturity level of our ETS isn't necessarily where we would like it to be. So, and you have reviewed ETS statutes. So backing that up, is it, I mean, what do our, is the creation of our ETS statutorily and what we outlined really any different than what other states do? Because I'm wondering if maybe you say it's left up to the executive branch. And I don't want to point fingers on why our ETS isn't up to speed on where we want it to be as a new agency, but maybe it has a lot to do with the creation being so vanilla or so general that there wasn't enough direction from the beginning. So in comparison to what other states do, have you seen any difference there in terms of its creation point? Is it, and maybe that dovetails more into the IT committee, because I know a lot of states have such a thing that probably regularly reviews their technology branch or agency of the executive branch.
So I think it varies. I've seen ones that are higher level and just kind of they exist for this purpose and are going to be responsible for oversight and support of systems and strategic planning. But I think it doesn't really get down to the level at the statutory level. It doesn't get down to the level that I've seen that you're describing, and that stuff really is left to the policies, rules, and regs. But IT agencies that are committed to growing and paying attention to their growth and building a good infrastructure and getting the right staff and the right standards and procedures in place, I think that's generally where the focus gets put at different IT organizations throughout the nation, where they just focus on, okay, we need to build a good infrastructure here, a good process, a good service catalog, and we need to work with all of our state agency partners to make sure we're providing the right service, we have the right expertise and the right resources, and that we're able to follow through on these standard sort of because there's a lot of standard processes out there that other states are using, and you can beg, borrow, and steal and take all those standards, policies, tailor them, make them your own. So the focus generally goes there, I think, with the IT agencies, that they want to just build a robust service portfolio and processes to go along with those. And it kind of comes naturally that once you start to do those things, you start to become more mature, things start to improve, and you get better outcomes when you've got more rigidity and rigor and a more comprehensive IT program. Richard, Charlie, anything to add there?
I think you've done an exceptional job describing it, Mike. And the only thing that I would add is that the engagement letter that we talked about earlier is really hyper-focused on helping to identify what the current maturity is, what the future maturity should be, and what are the appropriate steps to help ETS get there. I would not rule out the potential that some of those future recommendations, should you ask us to do that work, may be legislatively connected. I could very well be that could be some of that work. What I think Mike's done a particularly good job at trying to hold true to is our primary focus on this effort has been around the process for selection of IT projects and the 5 projects that you asked us to dig into. In doing that, we have learned a lot about ETS, but we really haven't been hyper-focused on, is it structured the right way, or where is the maturity, what things need to be matured. Those kinds of things are for that, we hope, a second study to help help with that. Representative Olson, does that help answer the question?
Charlie, it does. And you did a really good job of saying you need more work.
I'm very reluctant because we really don't want it to sound self-serving. That whether you select us or not, that is an appropriate next step for you and looking at ETS.
And I was going to caveat the engagement letter because I was thinking exactly what you just said, Representative Olson, that it probably would be perceived, at least to some degree, in that way. But I don't know if the legislative liaisons remember that when we got together to talk about the scope of this engagement, when the budget switched from like 750 to 250 or 200 or something like that, and we were trying to scope out, okay, what do we actually want to do here? And I remember during those conversations, it came up that, well, we would like to have an assessment of ETS and their staff and what's going on there, and do they have the right skills, expertise, and infrastructure in place to perform their statutory duties. And I think point blank, one of the liaisons even asked us, okay, are you going to come back later, like now, and say, hey, there's extra work, there's another piece to the puzzle and something we're going to do later. And at that point in time, we talked about that. It sounds like you do want an assessment of ETS, and the conversation and the consensus was kind of, yes, we do, but that we agreed because the funding for this project was put up for a very specific purpose, and it was very limited in amount, that really wasn't on the table for this, engagement that we just performed. And I said open and honestly, I think I remember during that conversation that this would be something that we would recommend regardless, hearing what you were asking for and what your needs were and what your concerns were about ETS and about the processes and what was going on there. So I just want to make sure that everybody feels that we're transparent about that, and this wasn't some kind of ploy at the end to say, oh, we're withholding a piece of the key piece of the puzzle. It just really wasn't, we couldn't make it fit into this scope of work. And while Charlie mentioned, we were able to get some insight into there, looking at a full organization and all the things they do. It's a large undertaking. And the other thing I'll just highlight about what we were proposing in there is that it's not just a maturity assessment on where are they, where do they need to be, but actually some sort of tangible action plan with a timeline on how can they get there.
Mike, I think you're good. I think you're good. With that, I'm going to open it up to a few questions. So Representative Stiff, I see his hand.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for Mr. Meyer and Mr. Ledbetter. So what should the Department of Corrections do based upon your report here? Or what should ETS do with the Department of Corrections?
I'll let Richard weigh in, and then I might give some afterthoughts there.
Michael, Mr. Chair, thank you. The Department of Corrections, they're on the right track, but they need to do more diligence in the planning process. And ETS is already working with them on that. And as part of our review, we had conversations with both. And as that started, there were some items identified that ETS may not have been previously aware of. And they followed up with the Department of Corrections, and they understand what planning wasn't completed yet, and they understand what needs to be done. That is just a process that needs to go through that additional planning process. And then there can be a better evaluation by ETS of what the risks are in the project, what the costs are in the projects, and what the benefits could be from a project.
And Richard, just to add to that, any insight? So right now we've got, I believe, the DOC project being a yellow impact of not moving forward. Do you see that moving up to a red as more time goes on?
As you progress through the needs assessment, one of the things that has not yet been done is the breakdown of needs versus wants. And so it's impossible to determine with the data that we currently have whether that need will go up or whether it will go down as part of that. That due diligence on the needs assessment needs to do an evaluation of what is strictly required, what is federally mandated, what is security mandated, what are all of those different components, and then what are nice to haves to make jobs more efficient, make jobs more effective. There are possibilities where there could be efficiencies generated that could even save money. But those are things that have not yet been through a thorough evaluation, and so they cannot yet be evaluated.
All right, I'm going to go to Representative Larson, then Summers, and then Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And so I'd like to kind of go back to the discussion you were having with Representative Olson because what this committee is kind of struggling with is then how do we formulate a plan to move forward? And we talked about process and we talked about policy. So my question is, you referred back to other states and kind of those that have been successful. My worry is that the process is somewhat fluid and will change as technology changes. It would seem to me that having a policy in place statutorily on what we expect a department to do in the outcomes, and then to leave the process up to be refined would be a reasonable approach. Do you see other states do something similar, or I guess what I'm trying to do is leave the processes out of statute because it changes often. Any thoughts on that?
So, I mean, I think generally with ETS that they want to work on these things and they want to build these processes and put these things into place. It's just always with anything, you've got limited resources and limited time to do things, right? So I hate to say this, but assistance with doing that might be helpful, or at least reaching out to see what other states are doing and what can be borrowed from elsewhere might be an important piece. But from the legislative perspective, I think the relationship between ETS and the legislature and the JAC is important, first of all, to make sure that this report we provided to you becomes a talking point is what I recommend, and a place to grow from and to talk about and say, what do you think about this? And could we do something like this scorecard? Would that be acceptable? And kind of working through that, and then getting into a cadence of working together on improving the process and the communication and the information that's shared with you folks who have to make the funding decisions. That's where I would probably take this logically. The next step, just working with them on, well, what's your reaction to this and how can we make this work and when? Richard, anything to add there? Okay.
So, follow up, Mr. Chairman, just a little bit. It just seems to me that it would be hard to make process decisions if you didn't know what the policy of the state was. And so it puts the agency in a very precarious situation, or anybody that you hire, if you don't know what the state's policy is.
Good point. So on that note, it's important for states for the IT agencies and the state to have IT, in my opinion, IT strategic visions and plans that everything can cascade and fold up into. So developing something like that is robust enough and not super high level and conceptual, but there's actually some rigidity there where the state agencies can kind of fall in line with that overarching policy set by the governor and or the IT organization, ETS. So that kind of sets the tone, in my opinion. And also that and enterprise architecture, and having somebody come in and figure out what is the lay of the land and how can all the pieces here fit, and are they going to fit appropriately? Those are things that can really set the tone for how the state agencies operate. It's putting parameters around what they can and can't and should and shouldn't do. Any thoughts there, Richard?
Yes, thank you, Mike, Mr. Chair. When we talk about the strategic level at IT, it is one of the areas that there needs to be more maturity in ETS. And it's an acknowledgement from ETS as well that they're looking to grow in that strategic direction in working with the various different agencies. A big piece of that, as Mike has said, is that enterprise architecture. It's also a holistic look at data, how data is used by various different agencies, and how you can share data and share access to information through that. Those are strategic technology decisions that should have some legislative input as part of those. And so that's one of the bases of our recommendation for an IT, for a legislative IT committee, where those strategic directions can be discussed at a high level and saying, okay, in order to gain the best value for various different agencies, here's the strategic direction that we think ETS needs to move. And then that high level strategy is shared with all contractors, all third parties, all engagements that happen for the purpose of installing new technologies. And that you look at the alignment between those technologies and that new high level plan. Does that answer your question?
All right, next we'll go to Representative Summers, then Senator Steinmetz, and then you, Mr. Co-Chairman, in order. So Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And, you know, I think as you talk about that strategic level discussion, so here's my challenge is I have a lack of confidence right now in ETS, have for quite some time. So, and then likewise, I have a lack of confidence that I will always hear the straight scoop out of an agency, just the cynical nature of me being on this committee too long. And so I think you have to put something strategic or process-wise in statute. And it also goes back to the legislature. If you just rely on a select committee to go, okay, what's strategic today, right? I think that's what you do in statute, is try to create a framework from which you move forward as both agencies and the legislature, that you can understand where you all fit in that process. And so, you know, I understand that this is kind of an executive, it's kind of an executive decision in a way, but it isn't, because it's multiple agencies, and it goes back to whether we as a legislature can trust what's coming to us to fund. And so I guess my request back to you, and you can do it in a note at a later time, is if we were to put some of the process in statute, what elements would you see to be the most high level of importance? One is the committee. I clearly understand that. But how does ETS relate to other agencies? I think that's important, an important piece in statute. How do they combine to form a proposal, and how does that all kind of thread together to a degree? So if you could provide me some of those things, that would aid me going forward. Thank you.
And before I go to Senator Steinmetz, I would concur with Representative Summers, but I think we've got a template from the bullet points. I mean, right off the bat, it ought to be mandated that an agency has to contact ETS before they even pursue any IT. I mean, those are things we can put in statute to frame up, you know, that say this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. But I think we've got to go there, because I share the same concerns as Representative Summers. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Senator Steinmetz. You had a question, then we'll go to Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I share similar concerns, so I'm glad the committee is looking into this and has hired you to do so. First of all, my first question is there another state that is doing this very well? Because we understand that states provide the basic services and amenities that our government provides to our citizens in the same way, just some do it more cost effectively and more efficiently than others. So I'm glad we're looking at that, but is there one state that we can really look at? I remember when ETS was put in, it was supposed to be a solution to a lot of problems, and now we're fixing our last solution to those problems again. And so one of my biggest concerns is that we make sure that we don't grow government when we're fixing our last solution, as we did the last time when we put this in. And so if you could give us direction or answer those two questions, I'd appreciate it, either now or later on.
Richard, any thoughts there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellent question. There is not a single state that has ever been held up of all the others and said, here's the model. It would be great if there were. But one of the organizations that tries to share those processes across various different states is the National Association of State CIOs, NASCIO, and where they coordinate and they share what works in states and what works in others. And but you know, as you're obviously aware, every state has some uniqueness, whether it be the fact that you're small, or whether it be that you have a large agricultural base, or you know, other things like that. There are differences between those states, so that one solution for one state doesn't always work for others. And so what we try and do is we try and look at what works for a collection of states. So where, oh, this works for a large state and a small state. Okay, then it may be something that we can share that process, and we can share that. So along those lines, there are states that are higher rated than other states by their own CIOs. There are states that are higher rated by a survey process. And those are states that are frequently modeled, states that receive A grades or A- grades from that survey process are states that are frequently modeled. Michigan is one of those states that frequently is high on that rating, and has been fairly consistently. And but there are others as well. And so there are 11 states that in the last survey received significantly higher grades than others. We can provide a list of those states if you'd like.
All right, Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. So specifically, what I'd like, I don't know how far you guys went down the road on these 5 case studies, but my question is, where do we go next with each one? This is a $50 to $100 million worth of IT sitting in front of us on this spreadsheet, basically. If YDOT has done their due diligence on the Quantar and the RIS programs, and they have recommendations on how they want to move forward, did you do any type of analysis on what those next steps are? Should we, both in terms of what their obligations are and what ETS's obligations are, and ours as a legislator, on the process? In other words, is there sufficient due diligence done that you can say, or we can say, or ETS can say, okay, YDOT, go out and get your system? And is the system that they looked at and they proposed to us and that you reviewed, have they done the risk analysis of the quality and the cost and the benefits and the needs to say, okay, go to the next step, or what's necessary in order to do those next steps? And if you could walk through each one of the things that you looked at, or maybe you haven't gone that far, but where do we go from here?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, excellent question. We did not look at all of the next steps as part of this evaluation. However, we can say that that based on our review at this point, those that are green from a potential moving forward are ready for consideration for next steps. The reason I say consideration is that looking at 5 projects or even looking at 19 projects are a small subset of everything that you as JAC have to consider. We don't have visibility into all of your other priorities. And so we cannot make an evaluation of what that next step should be. But have they completed the step that they're on? I would say for both projects in Department of Transportation, they have done their due diligence. For DFS, they have done their due diligence. And so they're ready for whatever next steps JAC and ETS have in their process.
So if you were retained to, I mean, what we want to know is the system that they're proposing after they've done their due diligence the right one, or have they gone through the adequate review and alternatives of types of systems and the cost of those systems? I take it you have not done that, but if you haven't done it, what would you do? How would you do it? Say for DFS and for YDOT, and just walk through the process.
Thank you. Let's specifically talk about RIS as the first one in this process, and I assume, Mr. Co-Chair, that you're specifically referring to both RIS and the YCAPS replacement. Is that correct? Yeah, thank you. So, so for RIS, have the vendor that they retained, MathTech, to do this planning work with them, did go through a review process of other states and what other states had done. They did evaluate both risks and costs of those, which all of those things are things that we would recommend be done in the process. And so from that point of view, those steps have been completed. They have identified a path forward that according to the MathTech review, is the path of least risk and managed cost. And so we did not do a review of the actual data behind their evaluation, and so we cannot speak to that. But the evaluation they did do is what we would recommend be done. I would say that the same thing applies to DFS with slightly additional caveats on the DFS one, in that DFS did look at other systems within DFS that could be leveraged, but there was not a holistic data architecture done. If time allowed, one of the things that we would see as a necessary component at some point is working with a vendor and ETS to come up with a holistic data architecture whereby both the Department of Transportation and DFS could understand what data models could be leveraged throughout their organizations in a way that, frankly, could create efficiencies across those organizations. That work has not been done. Based on what we've reviewed, we would recommend prioritizing that work and making sure that ETS moved forward with that as quickly as possible so that they could leverage the best items out of RIS and out of the YCAPS replacement so that they could leverage those for additional agencies as necessary.
And
Does that answer your question?
I think that's to the extent that I understand what you said, I suppose. Then with regards to the, I'm sure you saw the price tags of what they were looking at. In your experience, are those price tags for what they came up with as the best solutions that their due diligence came up with reasonable and something that we ought to, and how would you decide that? How would we decide that as well?
Mr. Co-Chair, we cannot speak to the reasonableness of cost with the factors that we're looking at. We're looking at data that ETS or the agency could share with us. We didn't go out to validate other states and what other states have spent. And so that we cannot speak to. However, I can speak to the fact that one of the things that we did notice, especially with the RIS project, is that the way data is presented to JAC has, I think, caused some confusion. And by that, I mean that when you look at a total cost of ownership over a period of time, which is a subset of that technology's lifespan, it tends to be misleading. And so when we take a look at the RIS project, in order to compare apples to apples, you should look at what is the design and development cost in comparison to the design and development cost of other solutions. Instead of a total cost of ownership over a subset of the life, if you want to look at total cost of ownership, you should look at the total cost of ownership over the entire life and then divide that up so that you can annualize it to get a comparison point. So we would recommend that based on the data that you already have, that you create a standard view into those costs so that you can compare apples to apples in a way that that doesn't use data that is misleading.
So is that something that you do?
To be honest with you, yes, we could do that, but frankly, I think ETS has the ability to do that as well. And I don't think you need a third party to conduct that review. I believe that ETS has the tools they need to put all of these things in a common context.
Thank you.
And it is one of our recommendations that they do so.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Richard, you know, you brought up something in one of your statements to Co-Chairman Nicholas that we discussed early on, really what I think, really the reason that you got hired. And that is when we create these large systems, whether it's RIS or YCAPs, you know, how do we leverage these systems, or how do we purchase systems that can then be leveraged for future solutions across the state? And so my reluctance even now, after listening to your report, is so RIS is RIS and YCAPs is YCAPs. And we know we have some time constraints on YCAPs. Maybe that has gone by, you know, maybe we just have to do that. But how do we get to the point where we create a RIS that then can be leveraged for future solutions? Because I don't have confidence that the RIS that's proposed is anything more than another state's system to solve that particular issue in YDOT. And really that's the reason I wanted you guys hired. One is to look at these systems, but then how do we get there? How do we, I mean, we get Google comes in and you get all these people come in and say, we can create this cloud-based thing that's gonna, satisfy your solutions for the future across multiple agencies. Well, ultimately, we want to leverage $60 million across more than just one agency, that we can get some benefits. So, do we still need to have that study done to figure out what IT solution, that YDOT may need that we can then leverage for a larger solution? Have we done that work? Do we need to still do that?
Mr. Chair, Representative Summers, you raise excellent points. And as part of our recommendations, we are recommending that that ETS prioritize a holistic data architecture, and that they build up and their enterprise architecture capabilities, and that they create or augment their enterprise architecture documentation and plans. All of those things will help you achieve the things that you have asked for. Does that mean that that the current RIS or the current DFS will not? No, it does not. In many ways, large systems like what is being recommended for RIS or for DFS can frequently be the basis for a common data architecture, or the basis for some enterprise architecture principles that are common between them, and use that for the advantage of agencies in the future. I believe that conversation has already started between ETS and the Department of Transportation. I don't know the details of that conversation, but I believe that they are working on that.
Just to follow up, one more question.
Follow co-chairman, then we'll go to Senator Kinski.
So one of your comments, on the ones I don't think you've touched on it for me with specifics, you say that the resources need to keep up with the strategic technology needs in the state. Can you identify specifically what you're talking about and how that is resolved, or what your recommendations are?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So again, excellent question. We looked at 19 different use cases, 5 of them in depth. One of those things that all of these systems had in common was that they all had need, but there are probably hundreds of additional projects at the state that also have need that we have not looked at. And so I think it would be unfair of me to to point out any one or any particular direction that should be established based on a look at only 5 projects in depth. And so without a greater review, I think that would be a difficult proposition to do. Can you remind me the second part of your question?
Well, you infer that we have not kept pace with strategic technology needs.
Yes. So with that regard, one of the things that we have identified is that there was not the enterprise architecture capabilities at ETS. That is something that is a well-established common best practice across multiple states, especially those states that receive good ratings in the survey process. And so that is one of those common standards. We are aware that there was a previous request from ETS for some data positions, which are critical to moving that forward. And that request was denied. We are also looking at the case studies that you gave us and noticing the age of the technology that is in most of those. And so all of those led us to that conclusion that was stated in the report. Does that answer your question, Mr. Co-Chair?
I guess my follow-up would be, is that all? Is that the sole basis that you make that assessment, or is there anything else?
The additional assessments would be in comparison with other states. And so when we take a look at those states that are well regarded, they make strategic investments in technology to move technology forward before it becomes critical. All of the processes that we've looked at as part of this review have identified projects based on when they do become critical, rather than looking forward and saying, okay, we understand strategically that in 10 years we are going to have this problem. How can we get in front of those issues? And that's where we're recommending an IT committee be a critical part within the legislature to work with ETS on that strategic direction, so that you can look proactively at problems rather than reacting to problems after they become critical and items are brought to JAC saying we need funding for a specific thing, or we're going to have catastrophic failures. In order to move from that, you need to get on a strategic footing where you're looking at the future, and that requires a look at data. It requires enterprise architecture, but it requires a roadmap for that technology and an assessment of what's going to happen in the future.
So I'm going to go to Senator Kinski unless there's absolutely something that somebody has missed that's vital. We're an hour and a half behind schedule right now, folks. So don't cancel any dinner plans that you may have had, because we're going to be here all evening. With that, Senator Kinski, I'm going to turn it over to you, and then we're going to start moving down the rest of the agenda. I do think this is important. We're talking, somewhere between 80 and $100 million of technology. So I think we need to, get as much out of the consultants as we can, but we do need to move on today. And I can guarantee you this will be a pretty substantial discussion going forward. And with that, Senator Kinski, go ahead.
Thank you. I think I understand better. I'm looking at page 14 in table 4.2, where you do reference the enterprise architecture capability. And that says I think, a more robust way what brought us here originally, because we were looking, I think, what I recall, $65 million request from Department of Transportation, and we had people, whether it was Amazon, Google, Microsoft, saying, you know, we could do that for less using state-of-the-art tools and actually get your data to other departments, which is what really kind of slowed us down a little bit. So given how critical it is that we have sort of an enterprise-wide architecture, would you deem it advisable to just put all of these IT upgrade requests on hold pending getting that in place? The reason I ask that is because every one of them portrays themselves as just critical, and they've got to have 15, 20, $30 million now, or the fate of the republic lies in the balance. But listening to you and looking at your table 4.2, shouldn't we just put every request on hold until we get this data architecture or enterprise architecture capability on board and the plan, the roadmap put together?
Who wants that hot potato?
Mr. Chair, I'll take it. Senator Kinski, excellent question. The answer is, in the ideal world, you would have all of those things done already. Unfortunately, none of us live in that ideal world. And so there are things that can't wait. There are things that need to move forward. I don't feel that our review of technology puts us in a position to make that evaluation for you. And so I would rely on your ETS organization. I'd rely on the expertise that you have within the state to try and make those evaluations. We cannot evaluate that risk with the data that we have in hand. And so while I'm sorry to avoid answering it as directly as I'd like, we just don't have the data to provide a clearer answer than that. I would say that risk of delaying things needs to be evaluated, but I would be very surprised if you could wait for enterprise architecture and data architecture to complete prior to moving forward with projects.
Quick follow on, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Is there now I'm turning your attention to some of the largest vendors. Is there a model where ETS can be working with people who will ultimately be bidding to do the work as they discuss the work and the architecture and the design and the steps to move forward? Our process, because the state, you have to have your specs and then you go out to bid, seems to exclude that sort of collaborative model of let's get all the vendors in here and work with them, knowing that some of them may actually ultimately be contracted to do the work. Is there a successful model for that kind of collaboration if it's advisable?
Mr. Chair, Senator Kinski, that's an excellent question. We don't have enough data to answer that, either from a best practice standpoint or specifically for your state. And so I'm sorry, but I don't have an answer to that question for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Richard and Mike, appreciate you guys. You thought you were on the hot seat for 30 minutes and we kept you for over an hour and a half, but very productive. With that committee, I'm going to poll the committee right now. Next thing we've got ETS coming up, but what direction, I guess my question is for the committee that we want to take on this? And is this a discussion we want to have now, or do we want to wait a little while on this? Mr. Co-Chair, what's your thoughts?
The co-chairman stepped away for a moment.
So who wants to, go ahead, Representative Olson, you've got some thoughts on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll defer to you and the committee on whether you want to address it now or after ETS or whatever. I think it's a big topic. We, as you noted, we just didn't have enough time, but I do think there's some legislative action we can take. I don't know if you would like to take that up now or later, but I do think
My preference would be is to get it out now so we don't lose any of this, capture any of the thoughts that we had from this discussion. Again, we're going to run late today, folks, but I think this, given the magnitude of the issue, it's pretty important that we at least get a few bullet items and directions for the committee. So I see Representative Summers has got his hands up. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just a suggestion, Representative Olson served on that that subcommittee. And I would think that just to save time, we let him kind of draft up a few recommendations to this group and then get back to us. And maybe that would save us time now, and then we could take a look at that later. Would that maybe work?
Well, that's an alternative committee. Is any other ideas? If not, I'm gonna.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Kinski, go ahead.
I'd like to give, even if we don't take a half hour to do it, I'd like for Mr. Knopf to give us some feedback on what he heard there. And in particular, the comments about enterprise architecture. And I'm curious how much of these requests we can put on hold while he builds that capability. That's a critical recommendation coming out of this report.
Okay, but that gets back to, do we want to have a subcommittee, a couple people work on drafting up some recommendations to us on this? Go ahead, Representative Walters, and then Representative Larson.
I like the subcommittee idea, and maybe have some recommendations that we can review later this week or sometime next week during budget markup, so that we can give LSO some drafting guidance at that point.
All right, I'm looking for volunteers on the subcommittee. Representative Larson, you had some thoughts.
Well, and just to go along with that, because I think we're looking at a couple of things legislatively. We're looking at how we're going to approach these funding requests we anticipate. We are looking at what do we put in statute, and do we create a committee? And I don't know that, I agree with Representative Walters. I don't know that we have to wait till the end of the week. We could even do it at the end of the day, but just trying to bring the cart back in front. Maybe Representative Olson and whoever, maybe that's you or Senator Kinski that served on that from the Senate side, can be kind of having some sidebar stuff and knock some of the fluff out of it to where we get right to some recommendations that we can consider jointly.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
Maybe Mr. Knopf can knock something together and give us a recommendation. He's the head of ETS. He's heard the report. Maybe he might give us his thoughts on what he'd like to see in legislation to help him do his job, and what he might like to see going forward in terms of projects and some of the recommendations made by the consultants.
Yeah, and I think we'll get there, Senator Kinski. That's obviously something that could be wrapped in with the subcommittee. But right now, what I'm going to do is go ahead, and Representative Olson, if you chair that subcommittee and try to have something for the JAC by next Monday. So it might be a little weekend work. Who else would like to work on that with Representative Olson? Who were the members? Representative Schwartz.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we already got a subcommittee.
Yeah, we've already got that subcommittee. So, but if you'll spearhead that, Representative Olson, that would help. All right, with that committee, if there's no more discussions along those lines, I'm going to turn it over to you, Director Knopf, and we're going to jump right into your budget.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to confirm, we're going straight to the budget, correct?
Well, I guess before we get there, you've listened to the discussion, and again, I think consistent with Senator Kinski, do you have any specific recommendations or suggestions for the committee based on what you've heard this morning?
I don't know that I'm ready to prepare specific recommendations, but if it is acceptable, I would like the opportunity to submit, per Senator Kinski's idea, some ideas to the committee. Or is that an acceptable thing as long as I get it done? Would Monday morning be acceptable?
It would. So if you can work on that between now and Monday. And with that, we'll jump right into the budget, Gordon.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, Mr. Chair and committee, my name is Gordon Knopp. I'm the CIO and head of ETS. And I know we're running behind time, but there's something that's this year with COVID and the things that we've all been going through. I've become a little more aware of a few things, and I'd like just to take a moment. 2 days ago was the anniversary of Pearl Harbor, and that was a change in our nation. So I'd just like to take a brief moment, recognize those from the greatest generation. During this year, I lost my father-in-law, who was a member of that greatest generation. And the people up in Goshen County, even though it's a time of COVID and restrictions, they went out of their way to provide him a military funeral and be laid to rest appropriately. And other families have gone through that. And again, the greatest generation, I'd like to just take a moment and pause, a moment of silence for that. Thank you for indulging me. Like I said, this year's been a tough year, and that's important to me now. On our budget, as you guys know, we were asked, along with every other agency, to produce a step 2 budget reduction of 10% of our general fund. And with that, I'd like to jump right into that. I've got Kirsten Anderson, our Chief Financial Officer, with me. I will do my best to stumble through this. However, I may call on her for some specifics if needed. As background to the committee, because I know there's a few new members, ETS, as you may be aware, we are a service organization. We exist to provide service to all the other agencies. That's why we're here, and that should be our focus. As you've heard me testify over the last year, that might not have been the complete focus in the past, but that is what we are striving for now, in accordance with the goals that we laid out in last year's budget book and have testified to at our home committee, which is management audit. I'd like to direct your attention to page 10. Page 10 identifies that our general fund budget is $59 million, which is roughly 47% of our overall budget. And that is what we targeted our 10% budget reductions on, is that $59 million portion. Okay. But I want to be clear as we turn to page 11, where we have the table that goes over our step 2 budget reductions. We have some reductions in here that are not general fund. They are above and beyond, but I want to make sure we're clear so there's no confusion and nobody has the illusion that, hey, ETS is trying to pull a fast one and cut something else and say it's general fund. That's not the case. You will notice, please, that our priority number 1 is a $3 million reduction in the K-12 circuit efficiencies, which is for the school foundation, not general fund. That's not part of the $5.9 million we needed to come up with. However, as ETS has been looking at increasing our maturity over the last year, looking at our processes, we were able to identify efficiencies in the way in which we manage the network and design the network across the state so that we could turn back $3 million to help out the school foundation fund. We realize that's not general fund money, but I wanted to point that out, that that's there. That is not something we're going to need to come back and ask for next year. That is hey, we don't need this. We can make do with what we have. Now, the only possible exception to that is if we get significant additional requests, right? And I'm not saying this is going to happen, but let's say Casper has 3 new schools, and I'm making this up, right? And they say, hey, we have to connect 3 new schools. Well, we may not have enough money in here to just magically add 3 new schools. Right. So there is a caveat in here that if we have significant growth in the K-12 circuit needs, we may have to come back for an ask. But I believe that's the way it's designed, right? Is if there's a need that we bring that forward. So we can take care of all the functionality we need today with the schools we have, returning this money and not need to come back to the well later. Any questions on that priority 1?
Well, we thank you for that.
Okay. You're welcome. Mr. Chair, then, if I can, I I will step through this very briefly and then solicit questions because I know we're behind time here. So priority 2, we found $180,000 worth of efficiencies in a variety of areas, ranging from, we don't need so much money for state vehicles or copiers, things like that. So there's not a significant impact to ETS or the state. And I know $180,000 isn't a lot of money, but every dollar helps. Priority 3, inside of ETS and across the state, we have a device called Chromebox for Meetings. It's a small square box that sits on a counter or on a table, and it connects to a monitor. And then you can have meetings via the Google tool. Now, what we discovered is a couple things. One is it's somewhat proprietary. So if you're not doing Google, it's very difficult to have a meeting via Zoom, GoToMeeting, or other platforms. It's proprietary to the Google system. We also found that the cost of that device and the annual maintenance for that device is quite expensive when compared to just using a regular computer. And with a regular computer, you could participate in this meeting, Zoom, GoToMeeting, or other items. So inside of ETS, our plan is to phase those out. As they become end of life, we'll replace them with a PC of some level and make do that way, because we're more flexible. We can meet with people outside of just Google, and we can save the state some money. Now, the proposal is just for ETS at this point, because we're going to try out different solutions as alternatives and then make those available to the state after this biennium. So I hope that makes sense, right? We don't just want to pull the plug on people out in in agencies without having an alternative in hand ready to give them. So that's why this proposal is here. Priority 4 is the reduction of in-state travel. ETS, because we are a service agency, we drive to brand inspectors' homes. We drive to the most remote areas to provide service when needed. So we do need that in-state travel, and we have kept that in our budget for our technicians to be able to travel. However, we are able to leverage more remote tools to provide service. But please keep in mind, for us to do our remote work, it's a heck of a lot more than a Zoom meeting or something like that, right? We have to be able to remote into a machine. We have to have a good connection, all those things. So that means we still sometimes have to go on site. So we need to keep that travel money. Part of what we're reducing here is also travel money. We've been asked in the past sometimes to broadcast meetings or to go to different locations to help out with meetings. It's become obvious to us that with the advent of Zoom and the use of Zoom, that there's not a lot of need to have a technician sitting there all day. Most of us can figure this out and connect as needed. So that's the reduction we have here.
Go ahead, Representative Summers, was that you?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, are you on page 16? Are you just kind of walking through the budget? Because that's where I find that cut on page 16.
Yeah, I was just reading through page 11, but yes, Representative, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, please forgive me, Mr. Summers, Representative Summers. Yes, page 15 is where the detail on that is highlighted. And we notice that there's 3 areas of potential impact. One is for customers who have lost service. We are looking at a best practice in IT service management, and you might recall me testifying to this over the last year, that ETS is part of our growth and maturity. We've done a lot of putting out fires, but we haven't put in an IT service management framework. As we have completed that training for our staff now, we're starting to look at things like what's called the restoration of service. So let me give you a brief example of that. In the past, if somebody called and said, hey, my printer is out, we would dispatch a technician to that office, and that technician would work in that office until they got the printer up and going, right? Good customer service. They're meeting the people there. They're visiting with them face to face. In a more mature organization, we would redirect that person to be able to print to a neighboring printer, maybe down the hall, so they can print right away, and we can do that remotely. And then we show up and we take care of the printer issue, but the customer does not have to wait while the technician is working on their printer. They have some means to print in the interim. So if you think about that in a travel situation, if somebody from Rock Springs calls and says, hey, my printer's down in this office, we can remotely direct them to another printer to print. And then maybe we dispatch a technician on Tuesday, even though we got the call on Monday, and we have 2 or 3 work orders by that time, and we're more efficient. The people still can do their work just in a different way, but that's a change. So there is a potential impact there. Of course, if
Okay.
it's a high impact and we have to show up, we will travel to do that.
Okay, Gordon, if you will, to keep going. We got a long ways to go.
Okay. So then on priority number 5, which is on page 16, and I hope that helps if I outline it that way. That's a reduction of out-of-state travel. We believe that this could, and all these cuts so far, we believe could be ongoing cuts, not coming back asking for them. We truly believe that the state of the future will be more remote meetings and more remote trainings. So we won't necessarily have to send people to trainings and send people to conferences out of the state. We do know some of them will be in person, but we believe many of them will be available remotely in this fashion. So we believe we can reduce that out-of-state travel. Priority 7, which is outlined on page 17. Priority 6, which is on page 17. This is a one-time reduction of endpoint management. We are looking at alternatives there that we think will be more cost effective. If we're not able to engage those, we may need to come back, but we're expecting to be able to make that ongoing. But we can't promise that right now until we have new solutions in place. And what endpoint management means is we're able to better remotely manage devices without having to show up in person and do that in real time and keep track of things.
Okay,
Item number 7.
Priority 7.
Priority 7 is the reduction of one-time reduction due to circuit optimization. So in our previous budget book, priority 21, I believe, was asking for funding to sweep all of the circuits into ETS. For some reason during consolidation, some circuits weren't brought into the state. They were left up to agencies. And we knew we had to get some cash to make that transition because of federal funds. So that was the funding that was approved in the last biennium. Half of that was. We're saying that because of our other efficiencies we've made, we can cover this cost. And then once we get it in the fold inside of ETS, that'll be an ongoing savings overall. Item number 8, a one-time reduction for unified maintenance. We have found some efficiencies in our network again, and we believe we're able to have a cost reduction of $319,000. Now, these are one-time funds because we have to come back to you each time we ask for network funds. So we will have to ask for network funds in the future, but right now we know we can return this money that we're not going to need at this moment because we have a better design and a better plan.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Director Knopp, can you help me? Because when we read maintenance agreements and you understand the sliver in our hind end on maintenance agreements and how that festers. So when we say maintenance agreements, are you actually cutting the cost back to the vendor for the maintenance agreement? Explain that a little better for me. And if you are, way to go, and how do we do more of it?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that is in fact what this is maintenance that would have gone to a vendor to maintain something. And we're, because of the improved network design that we're putting in, we will be able to make that adjustment at this time. Now, moving forward, we need to adjust our contracts and things like that. Some of these contracts are in play right now, but some of them we're going to need to sunset and bring back in. But that's another strategy approach, right? The way I want to see procurement done is to roll those things in there so there's no surprises, looking at a long-term plan, not just going year to year.
All right, priority 9.
Priority 9, this is reduction one time for unified network equipment. This is located on page 18 if you're looking at the budget book. And in here, it's a $1.5 million reduction. This is us, quite frankly, waiting to replace some equipment that will be end of life. We will need to ask for this money next time around. We were going to buy it out of this biennium to have it ready to go before end of life. So we will need to ask for this next biennium because that network equipment is necessary for the network to run. But knowing that we're in dire straits right now, we're hoping the economy will have a slight upturn. We are also, because of our revised look at the network, we may be able to ask for less equipment in the next biennium, therefore reducing this a bit, but I don't know that we don't have that full redesign done yet, nor pricing done yet, but we know we can get by without this for now.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers, I believe.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Director Knopp, how do you discern between general fund and school foundation on a kind of a system cut like this?
Mr. Chair, Representative Summers, that's a good question. And that's what our network team has proposed here is this is general fund. And the rationale, as I understand it, is we look at the network and which pieces are used by which customers. So in this case, these are devices that are used for the state side, not the school foundation side.
All right, priority 10.
All right, priority 10, sir. This is a one-time reduction in IT security. So with our priority 1 from our last session, we're looking at some other systems that will help us with security. So we don't believe we need these systems. If priority 1 falls apart, or if we're unable to secure things, we will come back next biennium in some fashion to ask for security money. But as of right now, we do not need this money for the rest of this biennium. But as you can imagine, IT security is an increasing issue, especially as we have more people working remotely. We are safe and secure right now. We just know that we can do our part to tighten our belt and turn some of this money back in.
All right, number 11.
Priority 11, we believe this can be an ongoing reduction to help with training. We have some other training avenues.
Gordon, we
Yes,
have a
sir.
question there from Representative Larson. Was it on priority 10?
It was, Mr. Chairman, on priority 10 and a couple of the others on your one-time funding, Director. So our understanding on these phase 2 reductions is that they're going to be ongoing, and you're showing this particular amount as one time for this biennium. How will you carry that as a reduction moving forward? You indicate that you may have to come back and request some money to do this, but our understanding is these reductions would be ongoing through the next biennium. So if this money doesn't do it, it's one time, how will you carry that reduction through the next biennium?
I'm going to turn that over to Director. I'm going to turn that over to Kevin Hubbard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A great collaboration with the Joint Appropriations Committee, the Legislative Service Office, and the State Budget Department. We did our diligence on making sure that we identified the source originally. Was this a one-time appropriation or was it an ongoing appropriation? And then we made certain that we looked at the governor's recommendation and identified whether this was going to be an ongoing biennialized cut or if it was just going to be a cut during this budget. So I would have you go to page 10, or in this case, page 19, and you'll see the governor's recommendation. I recommend approval as a biennial reduction of $392,000. Of this recommendation, $392,000 was a one-time appropriation. So why did we do that? Well, in 2016, we didn't do this very well. And this biennium, we have done this very well. And we've collaborated with LSO and the agencies to make sure that we understood if we were cutting in a standard budget or we were cutting a one-time appropriation, and made sure it was clear in the governor's recommendation. Now in step 2, that's largely these are ongoing reductions, but whether or not we've identified them as one-time funding and one-time cuts.
Does that answer your question, Representative Larson? You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So Kevin, walk me through that a little bit then. And so of all but this 392 will be biennialized.
Mr. Chairman, we'll take the $392,000 of the one-time appropriation that we received in this biennium. There wasn't any money available for us to cut in the standard budget for the future biennium, so this will not be taken a second time in the future biennium because there's nothing to cut from. So we are cutting one-time funds that were appropriated, not a standard budget that was appropriated.
I understand that, Mr. Chairman. So my question back then, so then if you look at this in the purest form, if we say that the agency's taken, let's just say 10% for sake of conversation, a 10% cut overall, and part of it is one time, then moving forward, that's been reduced back to just say 8%. Is that right?
Yes. It's not going to apply to a 10% of the standard budget. It is a 10% reduction to the budget that was standard, one time, section 300, all the general funds that were available. So that is how it applies to the appropriation in 2021. And then that does get to the fact that we needed to make sure that we did diligence on these recommendations to make sure that we didn't get our wires crossed or create a situation where we couldn't build the 23-24 biennium. But I will point out that the methodologies that the governor chose and the way that we implemented step 3 in 23-24 were to the good to 50 million once we get that fully implemented for step 3.
Just trying to understand the process, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your indulgence.
And thank
All right.
you for your indulgence.
Yeah, Gordon, priority 11.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Priority 11 is reduce employee training. This is an ongoing reduction, and we believe that we're able to be more effective and efficient with some virtual platforms for our staff, so we can save some money there. Priority 12 is a reduction of what was awarded in priority 1 from our last legislative session. We believe we're able to make do with that reduction, and that would be $312,000. Priority 13 is a reduction of 6 general fund positions. Their pay, we're also looking to reduce overtime and reduce additional pay. So let me help out with that, because there's there's $1.8 million there, almost 1.9 for 6 positions. If you do simple division, it looks like we're paying our people an exorbitant amount. Of that $1.9 million almost, and I'm using rough numbers here, about 60% of that, 58% of that is the salary and benefits for those positions. About 36% of that is a reduction in overtime. We started meeting in our agency last spring. ETS, as you might imagine, a lot of the work we do is on evenings and weekends as we do maintenance on systems. We can't do it where people are working, right? So we talked about how do we take care of that type of business and how do we shift schedules and do things creatively that way. So we are reducing our overtime budget that we have. And that's about, again, 36% of that 1.9 million. And the additional pay, we have people that are paid a shift differential. We have people that work around the clock, right? We're a 24/7 agency. So some people are paid to come into work, in the middle of the night. And that's what they do, is monitor the network and make sure that if anything goes down, they take care of it and bring people in if they need to. But again, that's a total reduction there of $1.9 million roughly.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry.
Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Director Knopp, I'm looking at your vacancy list on 11-2, and you do have 3 general funded vacancies that we might look at. But you also have several other fund vacancies, and I would like to know what the other fund vacancies are. Is that school foundation dollars? And if it's a variety between that and school foundation, I would like to hear back which ones are school foundation.
Mr. Chair, Representative Summers, the other fund positions are internal service funds. To my knowledge, none of them are school foundation funds. These are when other agencies, if they have projects, they pay us to do things. And there hasn't been a great deal of demand in some areas, so we haven't filled those positions. And that's what you'll see in priority 4, if I can foreshadow, priority 14, if I can foreshadow there, based on other agencies and their reductions, we're reducing 4 of those positions. And that's other funds there, that's spending authority that you're seeing in priority 14. The general fund positions that we have there.
Just to follow up on the vacancy list. So you do have 3 100% general funded positions. There is no, one of the few agencies that has no comments on what those positions do or the importance of those positions. So I'm just saying, you know, they're kind of ripe to be plucked unless we hear that there's, you know, that there's something there more than we're reading in this vacancy list.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Representative Summers, on those vacancies that you see, the general fund, there is one there that's been open for 16 months. You're showing a CTM 14. What I will tell you we did there is we did our best to see if we could get by without a manager in a particular area. And we tried a number of different things. And we have come to the conclusion that we need that manager. I was trying to save some high dollars there. We did offer up in those cuts supervisor position. However, we believe we're going to need that manager position, and we are actively recruiting that at the moment. That position oversees all of our technicians in the field, and we have teams out in the field in 5 different regions that provide help from Jackson to Meeteetse to wherever we need it across the state, and that's the manager for that spot.
Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Director Knopp, you may have already said this, but the 6 positions that you're reducing, are those on the vacancy list already or no?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, they are not on this vacancy list. The other 2 positions that are generally funded that have been out there for a substantial length of time, well, actually, there's no others that have been out there for a substantial length of time. The others are relatively recent openings, and it is our intent to fill them based on giving up the 6 positions we have already. We do believe they're critical, and I will make sure we get back to the committee descriptions on each of those, so you have those in front of you. And my apologies that you don't have them today.
All right, and no more questions on priority 13, priority 14, Gordon?
Okay, so thank you. So that concludes our step 2 budget reduction. Again, our general fund goal was $5.9 million to get to 10%. That's exactly what we did. And then we had an additional $3 million going to school foundation and $700,000 in spending authority. That's why it reads more than the 10%. But I want to be clear, it's 10% of general funds. I don't want anyone to think I'm trying to sneak through something different there. If you turn the page 13, I'm sorry, sir.
Now, was there a question out there from anybody on the committee?
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, Co-Chairman Nicholas.
A couple questions, Gordon. First of all, on the position reductions, how does that align with the 400 series, the IT in general funds for the other agencies where those are embedded?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Kevin.
In the process, we collaborated with ETS and the reductions in step 2 and step 3, and we're very close to what the reductions in the 400 series and other agencies are with what ETS has cut in those costs. So we're pleased with the outcome, and we did address that.
Okay, and on another topic then, Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead.
So on the reductions for the schools, I'm just curious how you came up with the 3 million. Why not 4 million? Why not 2 million? How did you find that number? Could you explain that?
I will do my best, but I think I may have to get back to you on the details. That's where our network team came to me and said, here's a reduction we have. And at the high level, what they explained is based on the network design and redesign that we've been doing, we have these efficiencies that we now have through our recent new contracts. But I can get that information and bring it back to you to make sure I'm saying it correctly.
Yeah, would you? And I just like the specifics. I mean, it's a big number, and it's a great number. But I just think we need to have you can have your guys just do a 1-pager so it explains from a technical standpoint how they came up with those numbers.
Yes, sir.
Representative Schwartz, and we'll go to you, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's just a follow-up on Co-Chairman's comment, because when I look at this, I see half of the total reductions for the agency, about $5 million worth, are all for the unified network. And it makes me nervous because we rely on that network. So bear that in mind when you're discussing the 3 million. It includes another 2 million.
Was that a statement or a question?
Call it, it's a request.
A request. All right. Duly noted. Gordon, you have another request. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Knopp, I'm trying to find in your budget where the 700,000 in spending authority that you reduce. As I scroll through it, I guess I'm missing that. If you could help point me to a page, that would be great.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, Representative Walters, that's on page 28. I am turning to it as well. It's amazing how difficult it gets to be turned pages some days.
Yeah.
So follow up, Mr. Chairman. So that's the reduction of the 4 positions you're referring to as 722,000 in spending authority on page 28.
Mr. Chair, Representative Walters, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. And Mr. Chair, if I can, to Representative Schwartz, we are in a precarious situation, right? Because we understand the network and it's a point of pride for the state, the state network. And what I will tell you right now is we're okay right now. It doesn't leave much room for expansion, but I don't think expansion is on anyone's minds at this moment. So I think we're okay.
All right, Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gordon, just a little question of confirmation. With the 5.9 million to the general fund, will we then see the corresponding reduction in the enterprise rates that are charged out to the other entities based on this 5.9 million?
Mr. Chair, Senator Perkins, these are general fund dollars. They don't necessarily tie to the rates. And I hope I'm saying that correctly, Director Hibbert. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay. So these numbers, some of them are in and some of them are not in the enterprise-wide chargeback that happens to the other agencies?
Mr. Chair, Senator Perkins, the only ones that are tied to that would be the 4 positions that are reduced in priority 14. But that's based on each agency as they ask for those services. So it would not change the rates. It would just change whether or not the agency is paying for said service.
All right, thank you.
Committee, any more questions? Co-Chairman Nicholas.
So a couple things. First of all, Gordon, I appreciate the fact that you're reducing personnel just because we have less money. What I'm concerned about and what I would like you to address is talk about the services that you're providing to the agencies, and if you feel like you have sufficient staffing to provide the services that you need to make your customers happy.
Mr. Chair, Co-Chairman Nicholas, as stated in the document here, there is an impact to the reduction in staff because the service is degraded, right? We have fewer people to provide the job. That means we might be slower in response. And some of the services that we'll talk about in step 3 also will have a similar impact. So in a perfect world, right, we'd love to have more people, but I do feel that it is part of ETS's responsibility to tighten our belt. We did our best to look at reducing things instead of people if we could. As you've heard me testify to before, I believe high-performing organizations can be looked at as a triangle, where one side is the results that we all desire and part of the conversation you guys just had. The other side is processes that we need to get aligned. And then the bottom is the relationships, is the people. So they're important. So again, it'd be great to have all these people, but I know that's not a fiduciary, that's not very responsible for the budget. Forgive me for trying to use the wrong words there. And we want to be more responsible. So that's why they're in there. There will be an impact on service. At the same time, we're implementing a new service architecture and new tools to monitor that. So hopefully we see some offset there. But I can't predict that right now. And in the implementation, there's usually what's called an implementation dip when you implement new programs, and services go down while people are being trained and the new services are coming into play. And then we hope to come up to a higher plateau of service in the near future, I would say within the next 12 months, but that's to be seen.
So then, could you just give us a quick update on how you and the YDOT are interacting and working to moving forward with the RIS program and what you've done with them?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair Nicholas, thank you for the question. At a high level, we have two teams that are working together on that from ETS and working with different teams inside of YDOT. One team, we're looking at the processes and the procurement and the overall structure with an eye towards having RIS be a source of data for other agencies as we move forward. You can think of that sort of like an identity, right? Because everybody's going to have a driver's license, not everybody, but we'll be able to get that type of information from RIS and share that with other entities. That leads to the data architecture piece, and that's our data team that's also working with RIS right now. You might recall that I testified when I arrived. Two things were true in ETS that I found out by listening. One was the past practice with ETS when it came to data systems was ETS said, no, that's sort of up to the agency, that's their deal. And I felt that wasn't true, and that I didn't think that was appropriate based on the statutes as I read them. The other thing was we had no staff and no program in data. And you might recall that I testified to that we were standing up that project and that process as well. So those two teams we're looking at there are precisely what we're working with RIS and YDOT on. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, and how far along are they in terms of, taking the next steps for implementation of funds permitting to launch that program?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, I don't know that I can give you an exact date off the top of my head. I can get back to you on that, but I do know that we've been working with Math Tech to develop an RFP that would be able to go out there and have in that RFP language that would allow us to do the things we've talked about doing with data sharing. I don't know the exact time and when that would be ready. I will tell you that the data architecture that Barry Dunn alluded to, we are at the process now of taking inventory. We are not designing the data architecture yet. We're still gathering that information. We are very close. We are within a few agencies of having that initial inventory completed. So that should be done in the very near future. I'm hoping by the end of December, but this time of year, agencies are anxious with a lot of other things that may have to spill over into January.
So then my last question, Gordon, is how are you doing? I mean, it's one thing to work for the school district, but when you get work for the state and you've got the 60 hound dogs in the legislature beating on your bush, and you've got the how are you holding up? You liking your job?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, thanks for the loaded question. The sad reality is I do like my job. It's a new set of stress, a new set of strain. I am excited to have the opportunity to help lead. I mean, this is a fantastic time. We can all wish it were better and different, but it's the best time we have, right? It's not like somebody's hiding a better time in a closet somewhere and we're dealing with this time. So I'm excited. I am optimistic. What makes me that, quite frankly, is we have a great group of people in ETS. They are passionate. They want to do right. We are just learning how to do things better, right? We're sort of like a fledgling colt. We've done some things very well, but we've done them as firemen, right? We've run and we put out a fire. We implemented a new state network. That's a great network, right? It's a pride of we're the envy of many other states, the network that we have. But there's so much more to what ETS does than a network, right? And our people, they're eager, they're willing to learn, and I work with a great group of people. There's a lot of work to be done, and it's daunting. But I believe you've heard me testify that this is what we need to do to put the state in a better position. And to a point that you heard earlier today, I think I've alluded to that in my prior testimony. My goal is to set up ETS to be less dependent on who the director may be and be more efficient long-term, right? Because that's my role, right? I'm in a position in my career where I'm not looking to plant my flag anywhere or do anything like that. I want to set this up for my kids and my grandkids. So this runs.
I appreciate that. I just want for the committee and the people on YouTube's clarification. Those 60 hound dogs, I think that co-chairman we're talking about, are located on the east end of the Capitol. On the west end, there's 30 distinguished individuals. But with that, there was a couple of questions. There was a question from Senator Steinmetz, and then we'll go to Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Director. I want to go back to the RIS system and the subscriptions and all of that. I have heard concern from counties that right now they just call into YDOT and they get the information they need. YDOT interacts with RIS, and there's a concern that they might have to have a subscription now to use it themselves. And so I wanted to make sure that you're visiting with locals and taking that into account, or that someone is, and that doesn't fall through the cracks as we look at our budget and we look at increasing costs to locals and cutting some of their funding. I just really want to make sure we're dealing with that component of this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gordon.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, thank you for bringing that up. And that is something I've testified to before in front of this committee. One of the roles ETS has is to work with all levels of government. And so we are working with YDOT on that. And I will tell you, one of the points of pride I have there is we were able to recruit into the deputy director position, Rick Fortney, who was the IT director at Laramie County for about 30 years. So he understands counties very well, and he has a natural set of connections into counties. So I'm not saying it's perfect right now, but we are definitely aware of it and we're working on it. So thank you.
All right, Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Gordon, I guess my question, another kind of big picture question. When you started, it was one of the kind of the inside baseball deal was that, you know, half the departments did not work with ETS. They had their own kind of IT departments. And as the co-chair alluded to, some are still embedded in other departments. What kind of buy-in are you getting as a percentage in the agencies around state government? Where are you? Are you getting that buy-in? I'm just kind of looking for, you know, a ballpark number. How are things going on that?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator Guru. Thank you for that question. And that is goal number one with ETS. If you might recall my earlier testimony, is to build those relationships with agencies. And to that end, we are in the process of a systematic method to establish those relationships and develop customer portfolios for each of our clients. And I would say the buy-in so far on that has been very high. There are a number of agencies that are cautious because they're afraid we're going to burn them somehow, but we're building that relationship so that we can work hand in hand as strategic partners. If I had to give you a percentage right now, I would say we're over 90% into the good on folks that are everyone is willing to work with us. And the fact that some agencies are telling us, hey, I'm a little frightened because this is how it worked in the past and we don't want to see that happen again, I take that as a good sign. It would be worse if they just lied to my face and then turned around and did something behind my back, right? So I'm glad that they're telling me of their concerns, because that's the only way I can fix them, is if people tell me, hey, this is broken, this is jacked up, then we try to fix it. Does that answer your question, sir?
Committee, any other questions for Gordon with ETS? Gordon, thank you and your staff for being here today. We've given you a few items that you will have for us next week, I hope. First and foremost is thoughts on the stuff from Barry Dunn, but get that stuff back to us as soon as possible. Don't wait till the last minute if you can. All right, committee, with that, we're going to move on. The next item on the agenda is our 9:30 item at almost 11 o'clock. So we're not making up much time here, but I think Director Bud's going to help us out. We have the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund. Do we have Director Arias? Bob, I'm going to turn it over to you. The floor is yours. All right, committee, with that, we're going to move on. The next item on the agenda is our 9:30 item at almost 11 o'clock. So we're not making up much time here, but I think Director Bud's going to help us out. We have the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund. We have Director Arias. Bob, I'm going to turn it over to you. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Item on the agenda is our 9:30 item.
What's going on here?
I have no idea.
Director
Bud. I think Director Bud's going to help us out. We have Wildlife Natural Resource.
Bode.
We have
Dr. Bud, I believe you need to close out your YouTube connection.
Has somebody got YouTube on? Are we good to go now? Can everybody hear us? I think we've incurred some technical difficulties here. Can anybody hear me? If you can, raise your thumb. All right. We lost Dawn. We lost Director Bud.
Mr. Chairman, I believe he had his YouTube on at the same time, which occasionally occurs. He is rejoining at this time.
All right.
Does that work better?
You're up.
All right. Sorry. Apologize for the technical difficulties. Mr. Chairman, I will make this brief by way of just a summary of the past year. The board has dealt with some 70 applications and funded about 57 of those. We had a board meeting yesterday and went through the process of allocations there. The operations have maintained the program very well through the economic times that we've had. In looking at the budget, you'll recall that in January, February, the program was appropriated $11 million for 3 different purposes. 3 went into the corpus of the trust, 7 was for projects, and 1 was a challenge grant to obtain federal and other funding from sources that we did not normally get. We have gone through the process of the budget reductions. The round 2 reduction, we took 10% out of the project account, which allowed the $3 million to go into the corpus of the trust and build that. It also retained the money that was there to attract federal and other funding. In round 2, we offered another 10%. The governor took $500,000 of that. So the net effect was a $1.6 million reduction in project money. Those dollars, a question is often asked, and it's in the budget narrative, how does that affect what we do? Well, the simple answer is that every dollar we spend generates $5 in matching funds. So that's 1.6 times 5 that we won't be able to put on the ground. However, that is probably an appropriate reduction given where we were. We had asked for that additional funding because of where interest rates were. They've rebounded slightly. I think we're going to be in better shape as we move forward. So we have no supplemental request and don't anticipate requests coming down in the future. To back up and cover the reason that we kept the challenge money in, we've been able to generate between federal agencies, private sources, and others, $1.6 million in federal funds to address projects in Western Wyoming. We attracted $885,000 in funds to deal with a highway crossing project between KC and Buffalo, and $349,500 in private funding to help with the Dry Piney project. So we've been successful in meeting that challenge that the legislature has. I think that was your intent and ours, and we've exceeded what was asked for. And at this point in time, I would say that we're moving ahead with the work on the ground that we've been doing, and very pleased to report that we have not seen major setbacks relative to work getting done on the ground. Mr. Chairman, with that, if there are areas that you'd like specifically to talk about, I'm happy to do it. Or if people have other questions about the program, happy to answer those.
So Bob, I've got two questions. One, when I looked at the reductions, it struck the language out requiring the match for the USD, Department of Interior and Department of Agriculture, those federal funds. That language was stricken. Is that going to impact the program? That'd be the first question. Are we going to lose those federal funds because we're no longer, or are you just making those up within the existing appropriation?
Mr. Chairman, we are honoring the intent of the budget as it was sent to us. I don't think that it was stricken out as an intentional removal. And the board is going to honor their commitment to match those funds. It makes no sense not to do that, even just from an administrative point of view. Why would you turn away $1.6 million that we wouldn't get, otherwise it would flow back to the Treasury and we'd get nothing out of it. So our intent is to honor that original intent.
Okay, second question, you asked impact the program. Right now, we're not scheduled. We don't know when we're going to have a session. So typically we do a large project funding bill. If for some reason we don't meet till April or May and pass that out, how is that going to negatively impact your program and getting back to your statement of getting projects on the ground?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. That we had a select committee yesterday. That question came up. I know that Senator Guru may want to comment on this as well. I brought that to the attention of the select committee because if you don't meet until June or something like that, it could conceivably impact all of those projects. More than likely, one of them will not get put on the ground that soon. That would be the KC to Buffalo project. Although they could start on it. You're losing your summer field season by the time we get the approval and the contracts written and everything done. The one that I'm most concerned about, there are three projects. It's the Dry Piney project, KC to Buffalo, and then Sheridan County invasives, which is the Vent Nada and Medusa Head problem that we've been addressing the past few years in this state. We desperately need to get that money in so we can hit the timing right to do those treatments. So the longer we wait, the more it puts those projects into jeopardy for the year 2021. And I would hope that we can expedite those. If we go through that process, we certainly will expedite it on our end.
All right, committee, I believe Senator or Representative Sith, did you have a question?
No, Mr. Chairman, my question was answered. Thank you.
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just to follow up, Director Budd said that all three of the projects that we approved yesterday were important, but that one in Sheridan County, this is one of those classic deals that if we don't fund that project and get that Medusa Head problem, stay on top of it, it's going to end up costing us so much more money than this project. As Director Budd said, it just, the spread will be, we'll really be behind the eight ball. So it's one of those ones that we really have to, all three are important, but that one especially. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Anybody else on the committee for Director Budd?
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
You're lost on my screen. Oh, there you are, Albert. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Director Budd, thank you for your comments. And I just want to comment on all of these cuts, all of our delays, everything we're doing is going to create challenges to all agencies. So while I appreciate Director Budd's challenges with those projects going on the landscape, you could name that in every agency we're doing something in. And this is kind of extraordinary times. And so I appreciate it. And it's very important to understand the impacts of delays and cuts. I think that's really important. But it's not like Director Budd's the only one that's got challenges.
All right, committee, any other questions for Director Budd?
Mr. Co-Chair, did you inquire about the one-time funding and the change to the footnote that has to occur? I had to step away for a second.
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you.
Committee, anything else? All right, Director Bud, looks like you're off the hook. It is now 11 o'clock. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we need to take a 10-minute break here? Do you want to work up to the, all right, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll reconvene at approximately 10 after 11. All right, committee, you ready to go? We're going to reconvene this meeting of the Joint Appropriations Committee. The next item on our agenda is the Energy Authority. With that, Dr. Merle, I'm going to turn it over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for giving us the opportunity to contribute to this process. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on a sort of opening narrative here as introduce the Energy Authority. We are a new authority, and I just want to give a little bit of background to where we have arrived here today. So as you all know, the authority came about through a merger. It came into existence July 1st of 2020 through a merger of two existing authorities, the Pipeline Authority and the Infrastructure Authority. And if you look at the budget book, you'll see that the appropriation is broken out between those two pre-existing authorities. The one consequence of that merger was, of course, several synergistic cost-saving opportunities, which when I get to the point, they actually accommodate the step 2 reduction quite well. However, the budget was further compounded by a decision to hire a new executive director, namely me. So from day one, we have been exploring cost-saving opportunities and other ways to optimize the budget in any way we can. So to that effect, we've disposed of a vehicle asset that allowed us to free up a little bit of capital, as well as incur some savings with respect to some operational, maintenance and depreciation, insurance, and so on, that sort of thing. We also we did take on the furlough directive coming from the governor. We followed that initiative. We reduced several non-essential administrative expenses, really checking between the cushions on the couch to find any savings we could, canceled some subscriptions and so on. We considered relocating. We explored options for relocating offices to see if there's a better way to incur some cost savings there. Ultimately, that review did not pan out too well. The best situation was actually staying where we are. And as a consequence of the bad situation we are in with respect to the pandemic, our travel costs were actually slashed, which was beneficial overall. So that is what we've been working on constantly. But to refer directly to the impact of the step 2 and step 3 reductions, and I'll refer to page 10, which we go through the narrative of priorities. Excuse me. So to be clear, internally, our forward-looking budget models a full 10% cut for step 2 and a full 10% cut for step 3. That is the basis that we are operating under. We are planning for the worst and hoping for the best. And the narratives that I provided in the questions that the committee requested, as well as the narrative you find in the budget book, reflect that position. Under this scenario, the budget for step 2, the reduction is accommodated mostly through those synergistic realizations of cost savings. However, while we can sustain our mandate through step 2, it does make our budget situation somewhat precarious. Step 3 makes that even more precarious. In order to accommodate step 3 reduction of full 10%, we essentially cut all marketing, comms, promotion, projects expenses, and substantially cut the professional fees. Now that would have a consequence of severely hindering a significant portion of our mandate, our executive mandate here. To work around that, we are exploring one initiative which would create a lot of relief. If we were to incur a reduction in force, since we're such a very, very small authority, that would have a disproportionate effect on our ability to do our jobs. There are only 4 people here. So if we laid off one person, that would incur a 25% reduction in headcount and capability. So that is very difficult to accommodate. However, we can affect organizational change by moving one FTE off the WEA budget and funding line, converting that individual to an independent contractor to be funded directly by the Integrated Test Center. The individual that we're considering doing this with spends most of their time working for the EITC. So we've worked with this with the governor's office, the partners of the Integrated Test Center, and others to come to this solution. is not quite executed yet. It's a matter of days. It will most certainly be done by the end of the year, but that would put the budget in a situation that is far more sustainable looking forward. Mr. Chairman, I'll keep it brief. I know we're a little bit behind time and stand ready to answer questions.
Committee, any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
We'll go to Representative Summers, then to Representative Schwartz.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So Director, page 12, that's still your budget, correct? That the summary sheet, is that, am I on the right page?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, do you want to draw attention that the budget is broken out in this budget book is split between two appropriations, one for Pipeline Authority, one for Infrastructure Authority. The combined budget is not represented within this budget, unfortunately, within the budget book, unfortunately. And I'm very happy to provide that to the committee after the session, perhaps with a timestamp of January 1. Looking forward, we can provide that in great detail.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, my question, I guess, and I realized we'd combined agencies. As I'm trying to look at this budget, it becomes hard when I look at what you cut and what, you know, where it was at in the different sectors. But my question is, of the 900 series, tell me how much in total is in your 900 series, and how much of your 900 series is salaries to those of you in it?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I'll refer to Jamie to give you the number of what is in the 900 series. I can answer the question with respect to compensation and benefits. The nominal value of the compensation and benefits, that's full salary plus everything, is approximately 813,000, which under the full 10+10 reduction scenario accounts for approximately 88% of our operating budget. Refer to the point that I made. It is very much an unsustainable situation under that scenario. If we incur the it's not the reduction, the headcount reconfiguration, that would reduce that proportionate G&A proportion down to 61%, which would be far more sustainable in the long term. Representative, I hope that answers your question sufficiently.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just so the total 900 series is what for both agents, for both or the agency now that we're combined, and how much of and 800 and I think I heard 13K of that is in salary. So how much is the total 900 series?
Jamie, do you have that number available?
So you're wanting to know what out of the two, the pipeline and the energy authority, how much together is in the 900 series?
Correct. So Mr. Chairman, he presented it as one budget, even though it's two, it looks to me like. So if we're talking about the budgets combined, how much is in the total in the 900 series? And then how much of that is salaries? That's my question.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, on page 3, the total 900 series is 1.9 for the biennium. My number of 813 is per year, so 1.626, which is approximately 88%, I believe.
$1.66, 1.62. What did you say? I didn't hear it.
$1.626.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, any additional questions? Representative Schwartz.
Thank you. I'll start out just with, the first question is just moving forward, will we see this as one budget instead of a bifurcated budget?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I certainly intend to present it as one budget moving forward.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm looking at the 900 series and it's hard to know. So how many employees does that 900 series cover?
Right now, it covers 4 people.
Thank you. And then my other question of the 900 series, and I brought this up with your predecessors, is the 300,000 to the Energy Policy Network. And I was disappointed to see that you made no cut to that. But I guess my real question is, it's a very large investment. How would you define the return on that investment?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, that is actually a pass through the WEA. So I don't actually believe I can unilaterally decide to cut that funding. It resides with the governor's office, and we certainly act on the officer's behalf. However, the question regarding return on investment, very interesting and valid. Given certain announcements in the press and otherwise, it is an initiative that we intend to pursue in the first half of calendar next year, to understand better the return and make decisions consequent to that analysis.
Thank you. I look forward to a reduction.
Good luck. Committee, any other questions for Mr. Morrow? Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a quick follow-up on your employee count. So you have 4 currently, but you discussed one of those might be leaving to work full-time for the ITC, and so then you would be at 3, and you're comfortable with 3 as being a adequate head count for what you need to get the work done.
Chairman, Representative, I would be remiss if I were to state that I'm totally fine with the authority's headcount and its ability to execute on mandate, because I would naturally like more. However, the part of the role of the executive director of the Wyoming Energy Authority is to leverage, to the best of my ability, capabilities that exist elsewhere in different agencies. And in fact, I spend a sizable portion of my time doing that. With the movement of that individual, sir, over to the ITC, one benefit of that restructuring is that we do not lose that person's services. So it is not that reorganization does not limit or hinder or restrict or reduce our ability to do that part of the job. So long story short, sir, I'm comfortable with our ability to move forward and execute on mandate, though I would welcome with open arms any ability to gain resources naturally, but we can get the job done.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So when I take that amount for salaries and I divide it by 4 and divide it by 2, I get, something over $200,000 salary per employee with, I would assume, with benefits. So that's, and I realize you're an authority, you're not a normal state agency, but that is that is a fairly high average for all classes of employees in any agency.
So, Representative Summers, was that a question or a statement?
It's a question. It's a question back. If you have less resources, do you have the ability to perhaps reduce down what you're paying whoever you're paying and get another employee to do more work? Or if you need more in your 900 series, I mean, you have the greatest flexibility probably there of maybe any type of agency, in that you can kind of, your 900 series is pretty fungible how you use it for contracts or for employees, straight up employees. So yeah, I guess it's more of a statement, but it is a question. Kind of, I want to know why you're paid so much. There, I'll just ask that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, the answer to that is because I'm really, really good. No, no, really, if you take ask the committee to step back to June 1, there was, and what happened at July 1st, you can see that essentially what we ended up with was 2 directors. The previous existing director from the Infrastructure Authority became the deputy director of the Energy Authority, and I came on as the executive director. So that is why that mean position that the representative identified is so high. Now, the consequence of the restructuring and reorganization that we're exploring is that one of those high-paying roles is going to be moved into that independent contractor, and the representative completely correct. That actually opens up scope and the ability to be to explore ways to deploy their 900 series funding in more constructive fashion. Hopefully that addresses the representative's concerns.
Committee. All right, if there's no more questions, thank you, Glenn. We're going to move on. If there's no more questions, we've got a half an hour for lunch. And if we get through the Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission next, Agency 70, Stephen, are you with us?
Mr. Chair, I am. Can you hear me?
There you are. Yep. Thank you, Stephen. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate the opportunity to be here, understanding your very aggressive schedule. I prepared some slides and or willing to talk about the Institute for any new members. I also understand with the schedule you have, if you'd like to dive right into the budget reductions, I'm willing to do that. I would like to say up front two things. The budget that we presented to you has no supplemental requests. It is compliant with the governor's step 2 and step 3. And I also be remiss if I didn't identify our Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission Chair, Ken Hendricks, who's also here with me.
Well, thank you, Ken. We'll save the hard questions for you. All right. You know what I would prefer to do is if any new committee members have any specific questions about the role of the Enhanced Oil Recovery Office, they would contact you at a different time. Let's just jump into your budget, Stephen, and work through that.
Very good, Mr. Chair. Thank you. If you'll turn to page 7, page 7 lists the 6 priorities for the step 2 reductions. Those are listed in order. I'll briefly walk through them. We continue with Zoom meetings for our commission. We have 2 line items, 100 for commission and support, 200 for technical research and outreach. So the first 2 priorities, reduction of travel and per diems for our commission members, and replace the report printing. Much of the work we do results in technical reports, and we have some old school folks who like to bend the pages and write on the documents that we develop. We've moved to electronic.
Be careful there. You're treading on sacred ground.
Well, I happen to be one of them, Mr. Chair, and I prefer to write in the margins of my books. And so what we've hoped to do is acknowledge that they're available electronically, and folks that want them can print them. But instead of printing in large bulk and handing them out, we're asking for one-offs.
All right, go ahead.
Items, priorities 3, 4, 5, and 6 all come out of item 200. We've suspended our annual CO2 conference based on some reduction in forces that have happened with step 2, and we expect with step 3, we're able to consolidate some office space. As you heard just previously, our Executive Director Morrell talk about the Wyoming Energy Authority. We do have some space available and offered as needed for them in Casper, realizing that they're in Cheyenne. Priority number 5 is listed as reduced contract services. We have several employees that are contracts employees that we will be reducing. And lastly is the reduce and postpone the Wyoming Reservoir pilot test program. I've shared with you all historically, that's a program when we put cost share on the table and ask industry to provide problems to solve. We had great success with 1.0. We wanted to roll out 2.0. We expect to do that with help from the WEA and the School of Energy Resource, but in a much reduced fashion because of the restrictions in budget available. If you turn to page 8, those are the reductions proposed for step 3. The first line item is reduced travel, a bit more specific nuance. We're going to reduce all of our travel to project only. That is for DOE grant projects that we have that we're required to travel either to the field or to Washington or Pittsburgh to meet with DOE that we're reimbursed for. We will travel, but this eliminates all of our conference travel and our outreach travel. And the remaining 3 are full-time current FTEs of an energy economist, petroleum engineer, and a research scientist that we will expect to RIF as a result of these reductions. And those complete our planned reductions for step 2 and step 3, Mr. Chair.
Committee, any questions? Wow, Stephen, no questions from the committee.
Mr. Chair, I hope that's a sign of good preparation and good leadership from Mr. Hendricks.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ken. Well, committee, if there's no questions, we're going to take up, let's see, what do we got next? Livestock Board. Let's see if we can get through them before lunch. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Ken. Director True, I see a vacant, empty desk, but I don't see you in it.
Mr. Chairman, just a request from me, and we've kind of gone slack on this, and I know we have a time crunch, but I don't like to just go off the summary page on cuts. I want to see it in the budget book on the pages if possible.
All right, we can go page by page. All right, Director True, you're up. The floor is yours. Walk us through your budget.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, go ahead, Steve.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, co-chair, committee members, both current and new. Glad to appear before you today. Thank you for the opportunity. Quickly, Mr. Chairman, what we would like to do, in my fiscal analyst, Ann Enright, is on the phone, but not video, but she's available to help me wade through the deeper parts of this. So, Mr. Chairman, quickly, we don't have any supplemental requests, budget requests for this hearing. And with your permission, I'd like to go straight to our step 2 COVID-19 general fund reductions.
Yeah, just walk us through page by page, Steve.
Okay. So our 10% target for our general fund cuts was $575,498. You will find our step 2 priority table on page 7. But we'll march right through this as quick as I can. I know you're running behind time. Just quickly as an overview, finding that additional 575,000 was not an easy project after having taken nearly 36% in cuts to our general fund since fiscal year 2017. Staff and resources already stretched and working very lean, but we did appreciate the opportunity to review our operations and our budget to see what we could find as our most efficient cuts. So I would just mention that quickly on the 100 series, and we'll get to these in order when we go down the list, but we did just find a couple reductions in our 100 series. We felt we had no general fund positions or programs that could be eliminated, but we did reduce some money in 100 series, and we'll touch on that in order, Mr. Chairman. So first, if the committee would like to go to page 11 in our budget book, you'll see priority number 2, which is, and we're going to go in order through the book rather than priority program order, so you don't have to flip back and forth. So priority 2 was in admin. We added a veterinarian position, but we were able to add that person or that position, fill that position at a lower rate than the previous employee. So we were able to make a small general fund savings there in 100 series. This is the first of the 2 of $5,000. And we don't believe that there is a particular impact to our ability to provide our business and conduct customer service with that reduction. So is there any questions on that, Mr. Chairman, or would you rather take questions all at the back end?
No, we'll take them as we go, but
Okay.
I don't see anybody have any questions on that. So continue, Steve.
Very good, Mr. Chairman. Next one would be on page 12, which is priority number 7 on our priority list, which is again an admin. This is a supportive and professional services to the admin part of the budget. And we proposed there to reduce the 200 series of the admin budget by 10,300 and plus reduce our 900 or contract series by 5,000. So if these impacts, there will be some impacts here in the ability of the board to travel, face-to-face meetings. It could impact the state veterinarians and myself and our ability to represent Wyoming at some conferences or provide training. And other conferences, agency staff will be restricted in their ability to attend training. As we found during this time frame, a lot of that can be done via this medium. So we thought that these were prudent restrictions to make to our budget. But it also, in the 900 series, this may impact our ability to utilize some various professional services, commercial printing, things like that. We're able to print some things here, but not all. So there will be a limit in our ability to process some brochures or some information, depending on what events may be affecting our producers in the state that we need to visit with them on. So Mr. Chairman, quickly, you can see the list of where we reduced those by line item there. Is there any questions on priority 7?
Ready?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Steve, welcome. I have a question on 13, which is kind of your cover page or your ending summary table on that unit. And one thing I get asked quite a bit is, okay, when was the last time anybody when was the last time your admin staff was reduced in your admin office? So, you know, if you have, this is for a future time, you can just send me the information, but like 2010 on, what were your employees in your administration, in your administrative office, and how many employees do you have now? And has it been reducing like most of state government, being steady, kind of that sort of thing?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, a good question. My tenure began in 2015, so I may have a little trouble telling you what happened in 2010. I do know that we've had a consolidation in my admin staff, that Ann does basically a dual role that was done by 2 people at that in an earlier period in time. I would actually have to go back in our history to tell you from 2010 to 2015. At this point, I couldn't answer that beyond what I just said. Since my tenure here, we have not reduced admin within the office, but that is general fund admin is my executive assistant, our fiscal person, our receptionist, and myself in this office. And then, of course, the state veterinarians, 2 of them are under admin 100 series, 1 housed here, 1 housed in Riverton. Does that help you, Representative?
It does. Thank you. If you give me that information, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, well, I'll look back for that and we'll get that to you.
Continue, Steve.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Next would be on page 16 in the budget book, which is priority 4 on our priority table, which is the Animal Indemnity Fund. Mr. Chairman, there was an additional appropriation in the past legislative session of $50,000 to that indemnity fund. Quickly, maybe I should do a quick history. That fund was a one-time appropriation of $500,000 appropriated in 2011. And it is to indemnify producers whose livestock has to be destroyed in order to do cultures for several diseases: scabies, tuberculosis, and brucellosis. So it's a wider indemnity fund. It reverts every budget cycle, and the interest is retained in that account. In the past session, a statute was passed that allowed for some reimbursement for mitigation efforts in a brucellosis quarantine situation. Carried with that statute was a one-time $50,000 appropriation to help buffer that account. We felt it was prudent to return that money to the legislature, to the general fund, due to the fact that with that retained interest and that carryover today or last, as of 12/7, the balance in that account is $617,808. So we thought that that account was solid enough at this time to return that money. We're hoping to have less brucellosis positive cases. My fingers are crossed underneath your computer screen at this point and this year. And so maybe not have to have too much indemnity paid, but we felt that 50,000 would address at max two $25,000 claims, which is the cap on that mitigation strategy. So we thought that it would be more prudent to return that money to the legislature to apply elsewhere. And then that was one-time funding, Mr. Chairman. Does not carry over in each biennium.
All right,
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Walters, and then we'll go to Representative Larson and then Representative Stiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you just repeat the amount that's in that account currently?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative, quickly, that was a one-time $500,000 beginning account. Today, as of 12/7, that account balance was $617,808.
Representative Larson. You're muted.
I'm good. It was just answered. Thank you.
Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, Director True, tell us about your current vacancies. It looks like you've got 5 vacancies that are more than a year old. If that funding were taken away from your agency, could you still do your functions?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, changing gears to a different pile of papers. The vacancies, the bulk of our vacancies in our agency, Representative, are part-time brand inspector vacancies, which we try to maintain a little pile of those so that in the event of a retirement or somebody quits or just shortage of ability, we can fill those. I would note that the vacancies that are in the brand inspection position, they're all the general, those are mostly specially funded through the 052 account. There is, prior to whatever reductions are done in this session or these recommendations, that blend is 85% producer fees, 15% general fund at this time. That's going to be reduced with our reductions and whatever your body may do. So at this point, even at 15%, that's $28,000 of general fund is all that's applied to those positions. Those are basically producer fee funded positions.
Mr. Chairman, follow up if I may. So Director True, are you saying that, so for brand inspections, are you saying that the fees that the producers pay cover 85% of your costs, or did I misunderstand that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, a quick piece of history. Please bear with me, members that have heard this innumerable times. In 2006, there was a bill passed that funded the brand inspection program 65% producer fees. That's inspection and recording fees, brand recording fees, 35% general fund. Over time, we have reduced that down where it's now 85% inspection and recording and 15% general fund. That with these reductions that we've offered in these phase 2, phase 3, and whatever else may come in this session, that will reduce even more. But there's only, as our 100 series in the inspections are applied, and also 200 for the inspector's mileage, that blend is how that's paid out. It's only 15% general fund until that's all used up, and then it's 100% producer fees for the remainder of the biennium.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Steve, you're in your Cheyenne office, you have people in the brand program. Is that 100 series also split that way? So is each individual salaried position in Cheyenne in the brand program split 85-15, or is it a different split?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, that's a good question. And I would have said all but one are fully funded from the producer fees from the 052 account. That one was on a blend. That is the other 100 series reduction we'll get to in this page, this book, as we move that one to 100% special funding and 0 general fund. We took the general fund match of that out.
Okay, Steve, continue. I think we're on page 20.
Mr. Chairman, actually page 18, Mr. Chairman, is next. Priority number 5, which is information technology for the administration unit. We cut $2,445 from that. That is our Wyoming Livestock Board website. That is only $22,000 of general fund towards a $350,000 line item. Again, the 052 account pays for the bulk, a huge percent of that. So at this time, any impacts there are unknown till we get through another biennium of that program and see if that affects our producers or not. So that's what that is. That's a flat 10% cut on that general fund portion of a bigger budget that's against a blended budget. Any questions?
Continue.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, now we would go to page 21, which is priority 8 on our table. This is the animal health division. We proposed there to reduce the 200 series of animal health by $7,000 and the 900 series by an additional $7,500. So we're taking $14,500 out of animal health. So, Mr. Chairman, I would note that this budget cuts will impact our ability to produce in-house mail-out educational informational brochures. Just for an example, with the equine herpes outbreak 2 years ago, we passed out tens of thousands of brochures on best ways to mitigate that. We do the same with vesicular stomatitis, and the veterinarians are continually producing more educational material for the producers on diseases as we learn more. So that is the potential there. This also could affect some of our cost for tags that we purchase and supply to the producers. There's a blend there. Some of that comes through federal funding. So I think we're all right with that impact, but I would note that we will impact there as animal health and has taken a lot of cuts over the last 4 or 5 years, but we think we're at a lean level that we can continue to operate and perform our functions. Any questions there, Mr. Chairman?
No, continue.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, next would be priority 3 on our table, which is on page 24 and 25 of the budget book. Mr. Chairman, this is in the livestock law enforcement reimbursement account. This was a reduction we took here. We had 2 years ago, the good chairman brought legislation and brought us an appropriation to train sheriffs and local agencies and cooperate for livestock investigations. The last session added $100,000 to that. We felt that, Mr. Chairman, with the impacts of COVID and the inability to travel, all resources being stretched thin in law enforcement, we felt that original appropriation, which carries until the end of this fiscal year, gives us enough money to encumber for agreements we have with sheriffs for targeted enforcement. And we could still return this one-time money that was brought in last year's session again to the legislature, similarly to the indemnity money, to allow you to place that elsewhere. Quickly on that note, just as an update to the agency and the chairman who brought this bill, we do have an MOU with Lincoln County on our target enforcement agreements, and my investigators are in talks with 5 other counties, particularly border counties, to help patrol these things. And if you're crossing the state lines into South Dakota or Nebraska, you may run into a checkpoint operated by us and our peers in the other states. So be aware, have your brand inspections.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And on this investigator unit, we gave you authority through, I think it's important for the committee to know, we gave you budget authority through your special revenue to do an investigator, and I believe after getting a hold of you, you filled that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, and Representative Summers, thank you for that. Yes, we did. We do have a second investigator, an outstanding law enforcement officer that's based out of Laramie currently, that's doing that work. And his salary and benefits packages are paid from the 052 from the brand inspection and recording account. And as we get into the law enforcement 205, just the budget cuts that we took there in general operations, I should note for the committee that his operations money is in here. A few years ago, our agency's unit was reduced, but the Appropriations Committee did allow extended operations money for what we had was the one officer. So both of those officers are working out of that same general fund operational portion of the budget that's in Unit 205 now. But thank you for Representative Summers for reminding me about that.
Okay, Steve, continue.
Mr. Chairman, next is priority 10 on page 2526. Just what I was talking about, that 200 series in law enforcement, the reductions we took there of 11,300. These could impact our enforcement officers' ability to travel somewhat, and definitely for overnight stays while conducting investigations or doing trainings. And I would mention that when we do the trainings and we have those, that this medium doesn't work well for the class that we teach the law enforcement officers. We want to be present for that. We don't charge the agencies anything. And so it doesn't cost them anything for that, but there can be some incurred costs for us that work through that. And this may inhibit that in some times. We're hoping that later on this summer, we can get with more of those groups or get them in some regional meetings and use some of that other money that was appropriated for that case. But these are the cuts we took there. If there's any questions on those, I'll answer those.
Continue.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Next, I'm going to make a comment real quickly. We did cut here brucellosis division, page 29, priority 9. This is in brucellosis travel only. The only place in our brucellosis budget we felt there was any movement to be had. Last year's brucellosis testing budget, which is a separate line item budget or separate budget page unit, ran shortly in arrears, just due to the massive numbers we tested last year with the positives we had. Dr. Logan tells me that he feels, and this is only a feeling, at this point that we're in good shape for this year, that we should not have the same numbers of testing. Representative Summers can probably touch on this if he wants, but I think the numbers of testing that's gone on early have been extensive, and we have no positives in bovine. We've got 2 herds of bison currently under quarantine, and that's all. So if there's any questions on that, but so we did take $800 in brucellosis travel. We left the rest of the brucellosis funding alone. We didn't take any cuts from there.
Okay, continue, Director Shrew.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
There was a question there. Who was that?
Boyd.
Oh, Representative Larson.
Thanks. Hey, Director True, what part of the world are the bison herds?
Mr. Chairman, they're in the DSA. I think I'm not going to be able to tell you exactly. I'll have to get back to you on that. I can't remember if we have a Park County herd or not.
Thank you.
But Mr. Chairman, they're not in your area, Representative.
Thank you. That was my question.
Mr. Chairman, next on page 32 is priority 6 on our table, which is the Astray unit. And this is was originally a $50,000 appropriation. It's been reduced 3 times now. We took another 10% down of another 4,300 from that. This is a fund that revolves, that we spend it as needed to feed, shelter, do veterinary care, farrier care to animals that may be seized that are in our care, not any other agency. There are provisions in the statutes being currently, and they're also being dealt with through joint ag at this time to clean up a little bit of the cost of care of that. These are for livestock that is in our care. This fund has always been, we revert what we haven't spent. The JAC reloads it every 2 years because there are court judgments on these livestock and restitution comes in a slow fashion. And so we just keep this little general fund account revolving, but we did take 4,300 there. Any questions on the Australia unit, Mr. Chairman?
Continue.
Mr. Chairman, priority 11 on page 38. Or did I miss one? Make sure I didn't go too fast. Oh yeah, page 37, which is priority 1, which is the comment I made previously about the one position back in our brands unit that had been funded through that blend. We reduced that took away that general fund portion of the blend, which was a reduction of $34,431. That position is still there, still filled, fully funded by brand inspection and recording at this time. So, Mr. Chairman, next would be the next page, page 38 of the budget. And this is where we had to take the bulk of our cuts. Our general fund had been reduced enough over several years that we reduced the general fund portion of the brand inspection and recording account, including well, I guess I won't give you I'll give you the total is 371,284, which includes the 34,000 I just mentioned. And we took away $336,000 and $853 of in-state travel, 200 series money of that blend that I explained to Representative Stith here a minute ago of the blend, of how our blended works. So we took the bulk of this cut from that general fund and brand inspection. That was just the last place left. All the rest of the general fund units under their constitutional mandates are running just lean as they can be. So we did reduce that general fund contribution to the brand inspection program. I have to note the impacts that the committee has asked for there. This cut unit appropriation has taken cuts in the past and continues to, does not. This will affect the way we operate the program in the future. Quickly to note that if the recommendations that are given on our budget after I do phase 3 can hold it, it allows the executive branch and the board and the agency and the producers to find some more targeted measures in the program and gives us a little time to operate. So
Mr. Chairman,
we've been very prudent with how we've operated this fund. Right now, we're in a strong position. We just finished the fall run and we're finishing up a current renewal. So the fund is solid today, gives us a little time to operate.
Representative Summers, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So basically you're cost shifting this general fund to producer fees in the brand program. And so you're really not losing anything other than it's going to cost more in fees, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, it's going to. Maybe not right at this point. It takes us a long time to raise fees due to rules. But at some point, yes, there will be fees or there'll be alterations in the program that will change some expenses. Expenditures are tough to manage or to reduce in this because 85% of the money of our expenditure and brand inspection is inspectors. And those are the guys that have to do the work. There will be fee increases. That's something that the board wants the opportunity to target and do measured rather than across the board increases, but we'll see where we wind up and the board will address that.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on that. I mean, if you, Mr. Chairman, Director Crew, if you see this in your budget, that you are in fact doing this, you know, the board could start acting now on fees. There's nothing to prevent them. In statute, they can raise fees 25% a year, I believe, if that's my recollection. And you also have the ability to do emergency rules, which could raise fees even quicker. So you have that authority, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, that is true. We can raise fees up to 25% one time in any one fiscal year.
And then, Mr. Chairman, when we get to the next step 3, the question I have, and you can answer it then if you want, and I asked you this in an earlier email, if this brand program were to go entirely upon fees, upon producers' money and not general fund, one, how much money would that take? And then how much would fees have to raise? And I believe you sent me an email out, but if you would repeat that for this group. And then whether you need any more statutory authority to do that if the legislature chose to go down that path.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Summers, if I can, I will touch the phase 3 reductions and then circle back to that, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, go ahead, Director.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, on page 39 and 40 of our budget book, we only have 2 priority numbers on our phase 3 reductions. Again, this is money that will all come from the general fund blend part appropriation of brand inspection and recording. So we had to break it into 2 pieces because we took the remainder of the 200 series general fund expenditures, which is the brand inspector's mileage, advertise and promotion, travel, office supplies, stationery, paper, ink for the new brand program, all of those things. We took the balance of that, which was $25,500. And we also took the balance of $259,749 from the at-will salaries and benefits for a total reduction of $285,249. In discussions with the budget office and the governor's office, we determined that the 5% phase 3 reduction was pretty drastic and hard to manage. So that's as far as it went, and that's the governor's recs in the budget book. So that one's going to, both of those, all of this will require an increased draw on that producer fund and would require additional statutory authority from your committee or spending authority when we get to the budget session in order to spend this extra money. But that's where that phase 3 cut has all come out of that general fund brand inspection. To circle back to Representative Summers' question, that would leave, to start the next biennium, that would leave 1.137 million in that as brand inspection program as a general fund appropriation, because the governor's recs offer to take that 285, but take it in 2 tranches. Once on the coming July 1, once on the next July 1, which really gives the board the opportunity to streamline or make alterations in the program, those at which time may require some statutory help from the legislature, what we would do with that. Those have not been fully vetted by the board at this time, so I'm not released to discuss what we may be thinking about there, but that would be the answer to the remainder at that time. If we were to offset all of the reductions that we've done to this point, plus that would take a 25%, a full maximum one time across the board increase of all the fees to get us to the next point. And depending on markets, droughts, weather, our inspection dollars can fluctuate widely. And I would just offer this from an experienced standpoint that there's at a certain level, some fee increases can require or can force a diminished rate of return or a diminished participation in the rate, where we're gentle with our recording renewal fee increases the first time just because of that. We didn't want to drive down the participation rate and renewal of brands to a level to where, the cost analysis showed us that was a bad idea to raise fees to that level. So we're kind of we're marshaling our thoughts and our cost analysis that we're doing going forward on inspection fees to not put the bulk of a fee increase on the back of the everyday cattle producer, everyday sheep producer on their inspection costs daily. Maybe we can find some other targeted ways to do that, or some other changes in the program that will reduce expenditures.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Summers.
So, Mr. Chairman, Director True, one, the brand program got in trouble previously, and that's why the statutes were changed and general fund dollars were brought in. I do have a worry, and I sat on the Livestock Board for a significant amount of time, 6 years, and it's tough to raise. It's tough for that board to raise fees, and so I'm asking this in all sincerity. Should the legislature look at raising those fees if we decide to do any further cost shifting? Or would your board rather have that authority increase? So if you got 25%, should we raise that statute from 20 to 25%? And then within any given year, you and your board have the ability to cover that. So one, is there going to be the appetite cost shift? And or will it be just an elimination of the program? And I know you can't answer that. That's a board question, but you really feel like you have the tools in your toolbox, because if we make some decisions now, we would want to try to statutorily fix something if we made decisions. So do you feel like you have the tools in the toolbox you need if there is further cost shifting?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I think so. I have full faith in the board to make the right decisions. And as I said earlier, we haven't vetted the ideas that we have staff-wise and board-wise as a group yet. So I'm pretty reluctant to talk about any of that. But I think that 25% once per fiscal year, the producers might say that's more bullets in our gun than tools in the box, but I think that gives us the opportunity. And there are a couple of programs that we could maybe look at. But I just wanted to make sure. I would be remiss if I didn't mention to this committee and you folks that represent our constituency as well that we have to find a level where compliance stays where we need it, yet we can operate that program. And so that may be kind of a long-winded and a response to you, but I think the board is good. I think we can start it. And then then I think there could very well be some actions they might want to take that are going to require legislative action, but not right now. I think that would come into next session.
All right. Thank you, Director True. Any more questions for Director True on the budget?
I have a follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so, Steve, is it 25% in statute or is it 20% in statute now?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I believe session before last, you raised it from 20 to 25. It's 25 one time per fiscal year now.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Any other questions for Director True? All right, committee, if there's no more questions, thank you, Steve. Before we recess for lunch, Don, what do you got that's good for the body?
Mr. Chairman, just one sentence, and I wanted to do it while Director True was here. On page 15, they are requesting a change in statute regarding the animal reimbursement account. That's 2020 House Bill 99. If the committee agrees with this change, it will not be forthcoming in a bill. We can address this in a section 300. So I just wanted to give him, if the committee agrees it, don't expect a bill.
All right. Committee, any questions for Dawn on that? All right, we are going to recess for lunch. We will return at 1:15.